Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're going to get stuck into the afternoon session. I want to invite up, first of all, Simon Johnston, thank you. Husband, dad, varied background including biotechnology, clergyman, human rights activist, published author, businessman. Simon has lived in the US and Russia, and now on the shores of Strandford Lough. And I got to know Simon through, I think he was one of the founders of the Bitcoin Northern Ireland meetup. So give Simon a round of applause, please.
Thank you.
Simon's got some coffee, and you can buy it with Bitcoin. I don't know what it's like yet, but I hear it's good. Okay.
I didn't want to shill, but so be it. I'll probably talk about it in any case.
I told him he's obligated to, unless you think it's crap, then don't tell anyone about it. But so next up, Chris McLaughlin, career background in education, is in tech and economics for the last 20 years. Chris has been in Bitcoin since 2016, and Chris wrote a book called Why Bitcoin 2 years ago, and I urge you all to go and buy it. I think he's got some copies here for sale. I haven't this book myself at home. It's an awesome book. It's a simple book, that you can give to anybody, and it takes them through the whole journey. It's not like the Bitcoin Standard, which I had to read 3 times over 3 years and still not get it all. Okay, it's a super book, so check that out.
It's really good with a good cup of coffee as well.
Yeah, I do have a few free copies to hand out as well to people if they want them. So yeah.
Awesome stuff, guys. Can we just get a round for Chris and Simon, please? We're going to get cracking straight into it, lads. How did you get into Bitcoin? Who wants to take it?
I'll take that first. Danny, so yeah, first of all, thanks for setting up the event. Danny and all the work that's gone on. It's great to see a big crowd in here. Bitcoin's a big passionate subject for me, so yeah, it's great to see everyone here. I know a lot of work's got put into this as well. We don't have any fancy slides or anything, but we have been talking over the last few weeks, so it'll be more of a general kind of chat amongst ourselves. And I think one of the things I've noticed that's going to be very mellow compared to what we experienced there with Greg Foss previously. Sometimes it's like standing in front of a fighter jet plane when he speaks, so yeah, I think it'll be pretty mellow. So yeah, how did I get into Bitcoin? I first came across it in 2011, completely dismissed it, didn't take any heed of it, ignored it at the start. It's probably about 2 years later, and I have a close friend in work who speak about technology and economics and whatnot during breaks and things, and every day we're kind of discussing these things, and he's always looking for the latest investment, and he came up to me in 2013 and kind of tapped me on the shoulder and he said, "Chris, Bitcoin, we have to get into Bitcoin, tell me about more about it." I asked him, and he said, "It's gone up 1,000% this year." And I had a kind of bit of a traditional investment background, where my first lesson was you don't go near anything like that, like Ponzi scheme, all these kind of words go through your mind, and I watched it then go from $1,000 down to $200. I didn't buy it, and I kind of felt vindicated at that. So yeah, didn't touch it. I actually thought it would have been a bit of a scam, and as I say, that vindicated my opinion. And based on the research that I've done before, that kind of told me that I was right. It's probably not until about 2 years later, 2015, that I started looking into it a bit more, not in much detail, and that was kind of the next iteration. I didn't commit any money to it or anything, or didn't invest in it. Then about 2016, I was looking to diversify my portfolio a bit more, and I did put a small allocation into Bitcoin. I noticed that it was going up in price still, and I think that's the thing that draws most people in, the price at the start. And in 2016 then, as I allocated money to it, part of my investment to it, I could see that it was still growing. And in 2017, if anybody's been around since that time or look back on the charts, you can see that it ripped up, especially towards the last quarter of 2017. And as I went along, got more interested in it, started dollar cost averaging it, but I never threw any crazy money into it. I will be transparent and honest, I got into altcoins at the same time as well, and that was a mistake. Yeah, I'm a complete Bitcoiner and learned those lessons early, and it's good for people to learn those lessons. But yeah, watched in 2017, once it started becoming a bit more mainstream, I did put more money in it at the top, and look, it crashed after that, down. I didn't understand what I was investing at that stage. I was following the price more than anything. It wasn't until 2018 then, when it went back to a kind of more level price, that I started looking into Bitcoin a bit more and putting in the read work and reading the books, listening to the podcast, and essentially from then onwards, in 2018, never stopped researching Bitcoin and looking into it. It got to about 2020, 2021, we all know what happened there. I think the use case for Bitcoin really hit home with a lot of people. And I wrote the book, so all the work that I did in the years research and days listening to podcasts, reading books, doing research, I put into words and published the book. So yeah, that's kind of generally how I got into Bitcoin. And there's a lot of people that kind of follow that path, and I think you should be kind of cautiously open-minded about it at the start and question it. And if you see it as a scam, at the start, that's fine, but do the work, put in the work, and I think most people arrive at the same conclusion and end up.
Simon?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit different to Chris insofar as it was definitely a long journey before I actually bit the bullet and decided to get involved in it. And I suppose part of it is driven by our own personal temperaments and personalities. I've always had a bit of a fascination with kind of new technological developments, what's going on socially, culturally. I went and studied biotechnology, which was a relatively new subject whenever I finished school, because Zane Wilmot was cloning Dolly the sheep up in the Roslin Institute in Edinburgh. So that seemed like quite a fascinating kind of burgeoning area and aspect of science. And so whilst there, I ended up kind of going on a bit of a spiritual pilgrimage prior to this happening. I became a club DJ. And part of the motivation for that was it was a little bit anti the system. The whole kind of club scene back in the 90s was trying to be something a little bit different to what was the dominant kind of culture at the time. And as such, being a club promoter and DJing, that was an interesting time. And then a friend died on an ecstasy tablet one night when I was playing, and that put me on this kind of spiritual pilgrimage. I ended up studying theology, and after studying theology, really got into sort of complex systems theory and emergence stuff, and became a pain in the ass for the institutional church that I was ordained into, because I started questioning the centralization of absolutely everything. When, for me, primarily, when I read the story of Jesus, I see somebody that takes the bread and ingests it and gets the guys with him to do the same thing and then sends them out. And so in that moment, that in the Catholic tradition, you call it the Eucharist, Protestant tradition and Eastern Orthodox traditions called communion and other things, that is a moment of profound decentralization within religion. So I was like, why do we not model that? Why are we doing the opposite of that and trying to basically centralize absolutely everything? So it got to the point where we were like pistols at dawn. I decided to defrock and no longer be involved in the institutional side of things. And then it ended up kind of getting involved in business, various different businesses. And 2016 started Root Branch Coffee. That's when I heard about Bitcoin first, but I had also just had a little baby with my then partner, my wife. And life was too busy for me to really do what Chris did and really dig deep, because I think you have to some degree, to even get somewhat of a handle on Bitcoin. And plus all the capital that I had, I'd be going to start a business, so I didn't have anything to buy Bitcoin with, so it was more of an academic exercise than anything else. Then 2021, when zero interest rates and QE were like the economy was flush with money, our business was doing really well, my then business partner left. I restructured the company and had a decent whack of money sitting in cash reserves and hadn't figured out what to do with it, because I was acutely aware of the fact that inflation was about to hit us. So looked at everything from expanding the business, but I just contracted the business. Like, we had 20 staff, brought it down to 3. Got rid of the cafes or kind of restaurant that we had, and just really focused on the roastery, but had this money. So ended up kind of, I guess, doing what Sailor did, but with a lot less money, and figuring, well, I might as well just lob this into Bitcoin. And from that, I guess Root Branch just gradually became more of a Bitcoin-focused company. So we accept Bitcoin for coffee. We're sort of trying to pay our farmers in coffee in Bitcoin at the moment. We keep all of our cash reserves there. So, and we're really trying to help the specialty coffee industry move purely from direct trade with farmers, which was why it started in the first instance. So you cut up, because 80% of the world's coffee supply is traded on the New York Stock Exchange. Frequently it's trading at prices that are less than what it costs to produce. So the farmers are just getting raped. So the whole point of specialty was to go directly to the farmers and be able to pay them as roasters. So they get paid more money to pay their laborers better, to invest in infrastructure in the farms. But at the same time, there's so much friction in terms of converting pounds into euros, into dollars, that you've got all these guys arbitraging it the whole way to the farmer. So the farmer ends up getting a settlement 4 weeks later with a lot less money, whereas Bitcoin enables us to just pay them directly.
Awesome stuff. And you mentioned to me there at lunch that, like Sailor, you've also got a boat. You're a sailor.
Yeah, unlike Sailor, if you all wanted to come to it, you would have to come on 6 at a time. So it'll be a little bit impractical. In fact, I'm just finishing working on it, which is why I can't stay tonight, because there's a few of us sailing to the Scottish Whisky Festival on Wednesday up in Campbelltown, and the boat is, I got the mast on last night and rigged, so that close to being finished.
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things about Bitcoin is you can see me and Simon's background is very different, but the outcome's still the same in Bitcoin. And yeah, very diverse backgrounds in Bitcoin. I love hearing other people's stories and how they got into it. But yeah, it doesn't matter your background. I think everybody eventually, once they put in the work, will arrive at the same conclusion.
So the name of your talk is Bitcoin as Resistance. So I'm interested to hear, what does this mean?
It's actually digitality as resistance, but maybe that didn't maybe it got lost in communication.
I thought I just changed the name. I was like, I don't know if can I say digitality, but they've changed it to Bitcoin as Resistance. Happy days.
Both work, Denny, so it's absolutely fine. I guess there's a guy called Nicholas Negroponte who was, if you read Wired magazine, he was an essayist for them for a long time. Started the MIT Media Lab. And he wrote a book in 1996 called, I think, Identity as Digital, or Digital Identity. And he started off kind of tracking from the CD-ROM through to HD TV, all these digital evolutions that were taking place, right through from user interfaces like the mouse through to speech recognition, finishing up with like virtual reality stuff. And the only chapter of the book that really he gave to predicting the future was the chapter 18. And he talked a little bit about artificial intelligence, but it was more about the present and the past than the future. And it'd be interesting if, now, 27 years later, he was to do a sequel, and if Bitcoin would be included in that. But the whole idea of being digital and being resistant, I think, as Bitcoiners, understanding the monetary aspect of Bitcoin is a really important thing to do. But understanding where we are as a civilization, as humanity at this juncture, when actually you can tell the world is really changing. There's massive amounts of friction happening within society, dislocation, cultural disquiet, kind of control, oppression to some degree. There's a degree to which digitality or digital presence offers an ability for us to resist those forces that would try and compress us or try and reduce or dehumanize us in some ways, which I guess maybe we'll try and explore throughout this.
Yeah, totally agree. Simon, I think for me, Bitcoin is freedom technology. I know it's been said before, but we're in the digital era, and Bitcoin's the best tool that we have for freedom. It's an open protocol that anyone in the world can use permissionless, and it can be used all over the globe. Anybody with an internet connection It's a real, engineering work of art. It's brilliant. I know Con covered this earlier, but it's not blockchain, it's not crypto. It's the proof of work, it's the scarcity, it's the nodes, it's the halving, it's the difficulty adjustment, all these kind of technical components that we have, but underpinned by two key things: the consensus layer and decentralization. So yeah, that's a ticket to freedom in a way. I'll delve deeper into that in a second and give an analogy. But yeah, Bitcoin can be seen as three things in my view. So first of all, it can be seen as an investment, and that's fair. If you only see it as an investment, that's your use case. It's a great use case for it, and we all can understand how the price moves over time. The second use case is a store of value over time, and that's what I use it for as well. And it's got that extra kicker that if you're storing your value for 10 or 20 years, you've also got an increase in purchasing power because of the adoption. But the third one that I think we really focus on is the good impact that it can have around the world, and many other different use cases outside of those. People are probably less privileged than us when we're speaking in relative terms in other parts of the world. We mentioned already Venezuela and Argentina, Lebanon, how their currency is devaluing over time. Like, that's a huge use case. People escaping from wars, able to take their money with them in their head. I know it's already been touched on, but it's a huge use case that we don't see in this room, but the rest of the world could benefit from. You've got remittances, sending money across borders, we've already spoken about that. So yeah, many different use cases around the world, and I think if we fit into those three, investment, store of value, and yeah, how it's going to make the world better overall. So I think if you dig some of the history of Bitcoin as well, the conclusion that Satoshi arrived at was that money should be neutral. And when we're talking about digitality as resistance, Bitcoin's a digital asset, and the conclusion that the cypherpunks even before Satoshi arrived at was that money should be neutral. And when you really dig deep into it and go those layers deeper, I think you'll come across a kind of, you could see Bitcoin nearly in the future as a piece of nature and how nature operates. So I'm going to kind of give an analogy in this now, so it might sound a bit wacky at the start, but just bear with me.
Chris, sorry, before you do that, what do you mean by neutral?
Neutral, yeah, it's the decentralized nature of Bitcoin, so no one controls it, completely decentralized. You think of gold before, nobody owned gold, and dealt like gold, you could compete for it, you could buy it, you could dig it out of the ground. Bitcoin's obviously got those properties where it's not controlled by anyone, it's completely decentralized, whereas we've got a fiat system where there's central banking. So when I kind of explain this analogy, think of the word of central banking as well in this. So say for example you've got, you're faced with a choice and you've got planet A here that you can go to at the minute, and it kind of functions very much like how our planet functions today. It's got the same laws of physics, it's got the same time that we have here. There's 24 hours a day, 365 days in a year. It's got all seasons that we have. So kind of very much functions in itself, and nature takes care of itself, and we've built our world around that nature. If you're faced with a choice of going to planet A or planet B, and planet B is this place where some of the elements and some of the laws of nature is controlled by someone, and in this case, again, related back to how we see the monetary system today in central banking and decentralized monetary system on this planet, say the US or China or Russia, whoever it is going to control the laws of the universe, basically. Over time, they might start off and they might say that we're going to help everyone out, and this is going to be the world that we're going to live in, and we'll take care of people here and there. But what happens over time is with those kind of powers, you can bend the reality of the planet, and you can essentially say, today in America, if America ran the world, we can have more sunlight here for 6 months, and we're going to grow more crops, and we're going to put ourselves ahead of another part of the world, and you're essentially freezing out that other part of the world, and you're kind of there's always impacts of doing that, and that's what's happening at the moment in central banking. There's these dials that are going up and down, and somebody's at the centre of it, and they're controlling basically the flow of money and how economics works today. So I think if anybody was given that choice of going to Planet A, where it's kind of very natural, it's predictable, you know what you're getting in this planet, or this unpredictable one where you're at the ones of a group of people, everyone's going to choose this planet to go on, where we can have something that's predictable and we can build our world around that.
But not everybody's going to choose it, and not everybody has the capacity or the mental fortitude to do so. And I think, you know, resistance is, like, one of the things that I did with living in London was start an anti-sex trafficking campaign called Stop. Well, it began as Truth Isn't Sexy, and we worked with trafficked women that were trafficked into the sex trade, mostly from Eastern Europe. And one of the main levels of control that the gangs had over the women was control of the money. And when money is controlled, the rest of life is controlled. And back then, had Bitcoin existed, that industry could have potentially been quite different. And the fortitude that the girls had to have to break away from the gangs, very few of them had it. And so I think the digital sphere, or the digital world, we kind of hit a delta in terms of our evolutionary development as humanity with the digital world. And I think there's a guy, Lewis Hyde wrote a book called Trickster Makes This World. I don't know if any of you have heard of it. He also wrote a book called The Gift, both stunning books. So I thoroughly recommend reading them. But in the book, Trickster Makes This World, he basically pulls out a load of examples from like indigenous cultures of characters that are tricksters. And basically what a trickster is somebody that can turn the established order and rules on its head and plays with it. And the reason, for example, there's one called Coyote from North America, a sort of First Nations kind of Indian figure. And in a previous incarnation, Coyote was a fish. But the fish, Coyote as a fish, was trapped. And so he understood what it was to be a fish, but he then was trapped and was killed, and in the second incarnation became the trapper. So because he had previously been a fish, he was cunning enough to know what the perfect fish trap was to get the next fish. And then after he died as a trapper, he then stood outside of the whole thing. And he began to look in from outside, and he began to play the game where there was an oppositionary force between the fish and the hunter and the hunted. And that's kind of like evolution, you know. Jason Lowry's been banging on about this for a while. But the engine of intelligence is always an oppositional force between the prey and the hunter. And there's a guy called Harry Jerrison who wrote a book called The Evolution of Brain and Intelligence. And he put this kind of rough kind of chart out there, and it's a pretty crude index, but where he charted the brain size versus the intelligence versus the body size of animals from the archaic age. And there was always incremental increase in both. And so if you went to the archaic age, if you scored 1 out of 10 for intelligence in that index, herbivores were generally 2 and carnivores might have been 4. But then, because it's never a stable relationship, it's always dynamic, one gets smarter. So one grows scales and the other can't beat that, so it has to do the same. And so if one gets to 6 30 million years later, the other gets to 4. And then one gets to 8, the other gets to 6. And then eventually the carnivores get to 10 and the herbivores get to 9. And it feels, in some ways, like as humanity, we've got the 10. And those that were the devouring forces of the world are now putting us in a position where we have this digital element to life that enable us to, just speak to each other. I don't have the same conversations at home amongst my friends that I do with Bitcoiners, because there's something that triggers in a Bitcoiner's mind. And several of you have already said, the moment you get into Bitcoin, it's like all other systems began to be called into question. and how everything relates to everything else. And I would say that, I'm gonna finish here, I would say that the Bitcoiners tend to be, because of their prowess within the digital sphere, a little bit ahead of the regulators and those who would seek to oppress and control, which is really, really important, because you think about regulation. Regulation's job is to harness and to dampen down creativity and innovation. I think Jeff Booth said recently, the purpose of the Financial Conduct Authority and regulators is to protect you from the very system that's designed to steal from you. So regulation is designed, so it prevents innovation. And I think the posture for Bitcoiners is to be tricksters, so that actually we can stand out of the oppositional trap, watch what goes on, still feed ourselves as like bait thieves, but allow that opposition to continue while we're actually subverting the rules of the game. And that's what digitality facilitates.
Yeah, and it's amazing how many predictions that Bitcoiners have had over the years playing this out that have actually come true. And I think a lot of the predictions that are made today about the direction we're going to go in is going to play out as well. A lot of it's inevitable, if you want to use that word. But yeah, just to kind of wrap up the piece on digitality as resistance, I think if you were to have a timescale of say 5,000 years to 2,500 years backwards, here we are today, 2.5 years forward. I think if you were to plant the main use of money, you would see that gold goes back to 2,500 years, or whatever timeline that's going to be to when we started using gold properly. Today we're in a Fiat system, and that move from that analog system to digital should have been Bitcoin here right today, or sorry, gold right here today, move on to Bitcoin. But this Fiat experiment that you would call it started in 1971, and it will last 60, 80 years, whatever it's going to last, and the rest of it's going to be Bitcoin. And that transition should have happened. That's the way money should have formed. And I think if we look back in hundreds of years, we're going to see that Fiat system in the middle is going to be talked about quite a lot as an experiment, and we'll see the real impacts of the Fiat word then. Just to kind of tie up the whole analogy as well around how we can use Bitcoin as resistance. And that analogy that I gave with the two planets, if you were stuck on this planet and you could go to the other planet, you'd have to build a rocket, to get there, and that's the travel, that you'd have to do. But in this world, Bitcoin's ready-made. It's there. It's easy to make that jump from the Fiat world that we're on at the minute and a Bitcoin world. So it's ready-made and it's there.
Bitcoin can be complex, but what do you guys find are the best ways to help people experience something like the same epiphanies that you guys have had over the years?
I suppose for me, I think we're laid back and relaxed approach to speaking to people about Bitcoin. I think it's mentioned already today that the study of Bitcoin is a much better mantra than buy Bitcoin. I think people need a couple of touches with it, because we're in this system at the minute that everybody grew up with, the Fiat system, that to transfer into something new is going to take time. I think that's what's going to happen. People will get a first touch with it, a first experience with it. It'll play out over a couple of years. There might be use cases that they see that might relate to what they do, or how they can use Bitcoin. Maybe toy with the idea of investing in it, and then eventually they'll get into it over time. It's not hard pushing, hard orange pulling people. But yeah, a couple of light touches, as I mentioned at the start, being cautiously optimistic or cautiously open-minded. I would say to people, anybody that's getting into it, I know we push people away from altcoins as well, but I think tell them to go and study it. Don't buy it, don't invest it, but go and study it. Learn the lessons from that. If they do invest, they're going to learn that lesson eventually. But yeah, overall, an easy approach to Bitcoin. Education is key. I think I hear a lot of people saying, build these nice UIs or build these nice apps and everything, and that'll get people into Bitcoin. I think if you look back at 2021, where Robinhood did that, and they got one-click bought you stock and shares, and a lot of people didn't know what they were investing in. They could put off stocks forever. So to me, it should be encouraged to build applications and to build out nice UIs, but to me the education comes first, because if you don't know what you're investing in and you don't have that educational background, it's so volatile. Whenever it goes down, people panic sell, they'll be put off and they'll never go into it again. So I think a soft approach, telling people to kind of study Bitcoin before buy Bitcoin, will help people get into Bitcoin over time. And if they don't want to buy it and they don't want to invest in it, that's fine too.
I mean, it's so complex. Yeah, it's so simple. I mean, that's the anathema of it, the paradox of it. It's, you know, C.S. Lewis might have said something like it's shallow enough for toddlers to play in, but it's deep enough for elephants to swim in. Yeah, he said that about Bitcoin. And I think, you know, like I would describe it as it's a tensive symbol. The logo itself, you could just, you know, like a tensive symbol is effectively like it's like a hub of a wheel that all the spokes lead into the center. And it's so complex that one spoke won't do, and everybody will approach using a different spoke. So, you know, quite often I think the people that are easiest to orange pill are engineers, because they think, you know, logically about things. So, and Bitcoin is a very logical thing. It's very easy to. It's not a faith-based thing. It's engineered. So, like I was at a barbecue a couple of weeks ago. There was a bunch of engineers there, and they just wanted to get into talking about exahashes, and you know, they wanted to get into the code. And at the end of it, they're starting to WhatsApp me asking about, you know, much would it cost to get a shipping container and put ASICs in it, and et cetera, et cetera. So, but then other people, you know, that's not the way it works. For some, it's purely a financial investment tool. For others, it is I'm philosophically, metaphysically kind of depressed about the state of the world. Is there something, some channel or avenue or road that I can go down that's going to bring me some hope and optimism? So it's horses for courses, and I came at it from a different angle to a lot of people. But I think, you know, people innately are beginning to understand that things aren't quite right. And so whenever people ask me what I do or whatever, I say, well, I kind of work in coffee, but I also work in Bitcoin. And I kind of leave it there. And leave it for them to take the initiative to go, okay, well, I understand coffee, but what's this Bitcoin thing? And if they do, well, I'll have at it.
If you guys could orange pill anyone in the world, who would it be and why?
My mate Dave, he's an engineer. He still hasn't got it. No, in real terms, I guess you would, like, you're looking for the solitonic effect, which is like a soliton is when you throw a stone in the water and you get the ripples coming out. You know, the bigger the stone, the stiller the water, the bigger the stone, the more ripples you're going to get. So you're going to have like your maximum ROI on orange pilling somebody. I guess Xi Jinping would be probably the most effective, because ultimately he runs the biggest factory in the world, and money, as we all agree, is good for nothing other than buying goods and services. And America and the UK are heavily financialized nations, and as such, on a failing monetary system, they're definitely descending nations. And China is continuing to be the factory of the world, and if it's the factory of the world and he decides that we all have to pay for that factory's goods in Bitcoin, well, there's going to be a lot of people using Bitcoin.
Yeah, and I suppose for my answer, I've got my partner in the crowd here. I'd love to orange pill her. I've brought her along to listen to all you guys and see if it will work. But
Bring her.
But no, she's well educated in this space. I'm going to give two answers in this, and yeah, the first one might be a cop-out because it's not a person. But when I think about Bitcoin and what it stands for, kind of got the wealth gap widening over time. And again, if you dig deep enough, you'll find that that's a function of Fiat, where the wealth is going to the wealthier and stealing from the poor. So if I was to orange pill anyone, it would be the hardest working, poorest people in the economy in the world at the minute. If I had the choice to go and speak in front of people in those poor countries or speak in New York in front of billionaires about Bitcoin, the choice was easy for me. So that's one kind of answer I would give. The other one, just a kind of more lighthearted one, would be, I think it'd be interesting to get a sports team into Bitcoin. I know, not talking about Peter McCormick's football team, but say a tier team, whether it's football, basketball, whatever it's going to be, and watch them, over years have long-term thinking around their business, and seeing if they can make it to an elite, established spot in the world of their sports, and maybe take over some elites. And I think that would really kick off the mainstream impact of Bitcoin and put it nice. Think about these guys. Well, they also do millions of dollars or pounds or euros in transfer fees. How beneficial will it be? I think it's only a matter of time before that happens. But I'd love to see one of the mid-tier teams maybe doing it and being able to get to an elite level. It's going to take some time, obviously, as adoption comes along. But yeah, I think it'd be interesting.
Are we too late to Bitcoin? We all know the answer, but let's just have at it.
Are we too late? Yeah, the short answer is no. Very early. Probably answer this in two ways. Again, I think if you were to go outside your local Lidl or Aldi store, doing a survey and take out every person that came out the door and ask them, do you invest in Bitcoin? You would get between 0 and 5 people, I would say, out of 100 that would say yes. And then the other question on that could be, do you understand Bitcoin? There's probably going to be less people that understand Bitcoin than actually invest in it. So yeah, for that reason, until we get up to 80, 90%, I would say, very, very early. Even at that stage too, you play out Bitcoin over time. I know a lot of this is Jeff Booth's work, so I'll not say it, but Bitcoin should keep going up in line with the productivity and innovation that goes on around the world. So I don't think we're ever going to be too early to Bitcoin. And yeah, the other one's a mathematical. Greg Voss could talk about this all day, but mathematical equation at 0.5 trillion in market cap. You look at the size of the market cap in gold, bonds, stocks, real estate, it's going to steal from those and absorb those over time. It's very, very early. Mathematically, it's early. Yeah.
I'll take a different approach to Chris on it, and less monetary and more, I guess, again, maybe philosophical, and just say that it feels like in my 47 years of living that we are further away from understanding collectively what truth is than we've ever been. And to that end, I would say we are super early into Bitcoin. And Colin talked earlier about the societal stack and speech, communication, truth, and truth is really a casualty of the forces that are at work in terms of societal disruption. And Bitcoin is truth. You're taking the human factor, the error constraint out of the system, and you're allowing society to be rebuilt on truthful foundations of thermodynamics and maths. And I think that we're really early, and this is only just starting, but it needs a lot of work, and it needs a lot of courage, and it needs a lot of bravery. And I think, the first they laugh at you saying, the fight you phase is definitely game on, and I think that's where the kind of trickster mentality needs to come in. And people need to remember, and we all need to remember that, the regulations and all the things that we have to try and resist as creatively as possible, they don't exist. They don't exist because they were built for us. They were, the Financial Conduct Authority was built for Barclays and for NatWest. It wasn't built for 1,000 node runners using Bitcoin. And as such, it's a really unique moment for those of us that are this early, because we're laying the foundations, as Foss always talks about, for the next generations. And that's something to be really excited about, but to embrace with some courage and creativity.
Yeah, and just to follow on that, I think we haven't seen anywhere near the use cases that Bitcoin's going to be used for in the future. very early stage. We see it as I say, those three things that I named at the start: the investment, store of value, and the different ways that can help people escape any kind of financial oppression. But yeah, the use cases, I think Bitcoin's going to flow throughout the entire world. Sats are going to flow everywhere and out of different transactions that we do, unlike what we've seen today. And I'd be interested if anybody wants to talk about it afterwards, what people see as their future use cases for it. So I think it's a very interesting conversation to have.
We get a couple of questions from the audience, maybe. Who wants to throw a question at the lads? Just ground the coffee beans.
How's it going, lads? Thanks for the talk, it was really interesting. You talk about what is digitality is resistant. I guess not all revolutions will win in the end. I just wondered, do you see any dangers for Bitcoin, either short term or long term, going forward? Any possibilities where we won't succeed?
We kind of talked about this actually earlier today with a few other people. I actually think that there's a load of hurdles in front of Bitcoin, and I actually believe that the sooner that they happen, the better. I think things like Mt. Gox, happened years ago was better than it happened in years' time. I think obviously China banning Bitcoin, was a point in time. I think the sooner that we get a lot of the hurdles out of the way and people trying to ban it, I think we'll see that it can't be banned. They're going to attempt to ban it, but anybody that understands Bitcoin knows that if I was to transfer money to Simon over the main chain or Lightning, nobody can stop that. You can try and regulate it in a certain way, but you'll not be able to stop it. So yeah, I think there's going to be obstacles. I think there's going to be challenges. I think the quicker that they happen, the better overall for Bitcoin. But yeah, I think in the end up, it's inevitable. Again, digital era we're in. It's the strongest form of money that we have. I think it plays out how it plays out. I think the journey to get there is just not going to be smooth at all.
I think the biggest threat and the biggest risk is going to be self-induced. I think if we screw with the code too much, then there's real danger in that. So like a lot of Bitcoin maxis, I think just let it be now. We've done enough that does what it's supposed to do. And by the way, Bitcoin maxi, the toxicity, I should say I'm all up for, because I think that's how things survive. The greatest movements in the world, like the one that I was ordained into, Christianity, happened because there was a bunch of guys running around the ancient Near East that were fierce. And there was all kinds of what were called heresies began to spring up that were kind of like the shitcoin ideas of what existed at the time. And the only way those were beaten was because of the toxicity of certain people at that time. And I think that this the fact that it survived is testimony to how toxic they were. And I think we need to fiercely protect what we've got. Because in a matter of time, we're going to, the ordinals thing has already sort of precipitated conversations around block size. So I think we need to park that. And Colin said earlier, let's just let it be, and I agree with him.
But again, I'm glad that happened at this time and people understand it. And I think it's a message to people that you don't mess with the code. Keep it as stable as possible, barring some security bug or whatever it's going to be. Don't mess with it. Don't change it. And as I say, the quicker these things happen and get out of the way, I think the more Bitcoin's going to flourish in the future.
Any other questions, guys? And girls?
Thanks, gentlemen. Fantastic information there. Can I just ask about, and I don't know if it's on today's agenda, Dinny, about self-custody? Because for somebody who is probably the last 3 years gotten into the space, my biggest concern talking to anybody that I know or aren't that anybody is, on the other hand, I always say you need to look at self-custody, because I think that it is wide open for people to get themselves in trouble if they don't understand the two hand in hand. So I don't know, can you talk about it? Do you have a view on it?
I I mean, Dinny, are there any resources for people today? Because a lot of people here probably are already fairly aware of it, so that somebody can go along and focus on that.
There's no specific talk on the technical side, so have at it.
Walk away.
Yeah, I think for me, it's very important to self-custody. I think, again, this is going to be a journey. I think how we think of self-custody today is going to be very different in the future. I don't know if people have researched Betterment more any more than over the recent months, but it's evolving in that space. So yeah, if you get a chance to look up Betterment, you should. And I think there'll be other solutions that come on board. I can understand the dangers. People have relied on their banks for a long time, even though that solely the root cause of the problem. But yeah, I'm a big advocate of self-sovereignty, and I think we should be storing our own Bitcoin and being our own bank. But I understand as well, at the same time, that's not for everyone. I think there's a danger over the time of centralizing storage of something like Bitcoin because it is an attack vector. But I think there's going to be better solutions that grow out of this in the future. Not quite aware of everything at the moment, apart from Betterment, but yeah.
It's a process, I think. You know, it's just self-custody. It is a pain in the ass and it's super clunky, but that's the reward that you will get for going through the clunkiness at this stage if you're prepared to do the work. And you know, the majority of the world won't. All these problems will have to be solved. It'll have to be seamless. You'll have to be able to do this without knowing what you're doing and clicking buttons. You know, and it'll be fail-safes behind the scenes. You know, and I always go back to, as we always talk about the internet. I remember when I first started using it, it was so clunky just to get a photograph to open. You know, it was a 5-minute ordeal. Con got the internet in '97. We were poor. We didn't get it until like '02. But it was still clunky then. So, and that's why I think, and that's why like sometimes I'll actually steer people towards Revolut because I'm like, it's so fail-safe, they can't screw it up. Yes, they have the counterparty risk that if Revolut fails and whatever, but maybe that's right for someone who isn't technically capable of setting up their own wallet and managing their private keys. Because I've seen people get into trouble with that and lose everything, because I see all the bad side of self-custody when it goes wrong that most people don't realise happens all the time. It's not that people get hacked, and it's not that Ledger robs their coins, it's that they make a mistake or an error, or they just lose their password, they put their password in wrong 3 times, and they don't know where their private key is. Simple stuff. You know, so the entrepreneurs are going to solve all these problems and make it easy for us, but I think it is clunky, it is difficult at the moment, and that's our journey.
And if you really understand it, you know, you're putting your wealth in this in the future, and if you really get it, you're going to go out of your way to understand that best. And look, Lightning will come along and we use that for transactions, but if you understand it well and you see it as a store of value, you know, you can do it once and walk away and leave it there for a long time.
Could you expand on what you said a minute ago about the ordinals debate? Because I watched the Bitcoin conference last night from Miami. It was exhilarating to see Robert F. Kennedy announcing his presidential bid and all in Bitcoin. But straight after there was a very heated panel discussion about ordinals and congestion of the blockchain and, you know, the Bitcoin miners and the minimum extracting value and their front running. It scared me a little bit because we all rely on the network being, you know, unhackable. But it bothers me if there's this debate of clogging the network and so on. And 2 weeks ago, there was, I think, nearly an hour went by before a new block was minted because of network congestion. And at the back of my mind, I just have a slight worry about that. Is there a risk of an attack during a moment like that? Can you explain the ordinal thing, and should we worry about it?
Yes, I can, to some degree, but I know there was another question over here, and that's really quite a long conversation. And maybe not everybody's aware of the ordinal thing here. Should we address it?
Just a little bit. Tiny bit, maybe.
I mean, so basically using the Bitcoin base layer for the sort of stuff that Ethereum was well known for. So inscriptions or putting NFTs using the blockchain or the base layer for inscriptions. So soaking up bandwidth and therefore miners' fees really being inflated, and therefore transaction costs being very expensive for people that just want to transfer Bitcoin on the base layer. And so the big question is that some people are raising is, well, all of a sudden it becomes prohibitive for ordinary people to use the base layer for transacting. So they're all being pushed to Lightning, which is difficult if you're maybe in a developing world country. You don't have access to the Lightning network. I think for me, it's a free market, and you know, the Bitcoin base layer is going to be used in ways that we don't all necessarily like. I have no interest in ordinals whatsoever. But I think that one of the best things to come out of this is that miners are being paid significant amounts of money to do what we need them all to do, which is to protect the network. And I think if you hit fast forward on 5-10 years, we need mining fees to be really significant when the block reward is lower, albeit the price of Bitcoin is going to be higher. So the more that miners are paid and incentivized to protect the network, the better it is for all of us. And I think the ordinals thing I think it's a fad. I think it'll probably die a death, but I'm not getting my knickers in a twist about it. We could talk more, but it won't take on. Thank you. Was another question over here?
One more, yeah.
Just one more, and maybe jump away from the technical questions here. When people ask about the dangers, to me it feels that outside of all the technical network dangers, the biggest one would be actually the human nature, the human aspect of it. Because when you say neutral, for me neutral is that Bitcoin is designed without human sort of aspects of, it works outside of, it doesn't care about us really. So then I still, you think we are on the scale of, 10 in our logic and rationality, and that we would choose, rationally, logically, planet A, the better one, but I still fear that we are so irrational that people will still choose CBDCs for some reason. They would prefer to be controlled, but to, not to be as pessimistic in your contemplating Bitcoin, and down the line of Bitcoin fixes this, whatever problem you throw out, you can see how Bitcoin fixes this. How do you envisage the future world, say on Bitcoin standards, or predicting the future? Kind of how does Bitcoin fix the current reality? What are your kind of reflections on that side of things?
Beautiful finishing optimism.
Yeah, I think first of all, I think the conclusion that Satoshi and cypherpunks came to is that money should be neutral because humans in charge are going to mess up some way along the line, whether they do it maliciously or do it by accident. You should be trusting something that's completely neutral, completely decentralized, that nobody can mess with. And on your point about CBDCs, it's another version of Fiat. Just I don't see any real threat from that. I think it's going to attempt to slow down the adoption of Bitcoin, but if people want to choose that route over time, they're gonna get poor, slow, and if people want to choose Bitcoin over time, they're highly likely to be able to store their wealth over time. And there's a very, very long answer to this, and you can go layers deep into the financial system and how it's set up and how Fiat could collapse given enough time, and I think it's going to cannibalize itself over time. But yeah, I think it's very important the way Bitcoin's set up, that it has got consensus around there, that no one person can change it, and that's the thing that's never going to change.
I know CBDCs are a really big question at the moment. A lot of people are talking about them. I have less of a concern because I, having worked with government on the anti-trafficking stuff, was able to see firsthand just how cack-handed they were at pretty much everything that they did. And as such, I think CBDCs probably will be ruled out, but I think, and again, this kind of, just to sort of come full circle back to where we started, I think what we need to do is we need to realize what Bitcoin could do for the world, and it can create equality, it can create opportunity, it can create much more humane circumstances within which we live and give everybody equal opportunity. And because that's the case, there are countries already that, if game theory plays out, I made the decision that, and I've already made decisions in the last 3 years about our approach to vaccine passports in the business, and Belfast City Council came down and tried to close me down twice because of it, and there was a witch hunt And I mean, it was pretty horrific, but I drew a line in the sand and said I won't cross that. And if they make me accept CBDCs at the expense of Bitcoin, then I'll relocate, and my wife. Because that's a line in the sand for us. And Bitcoin enables us to do that. And we'll go to somewhere where it's embraced. And one of the things you always need to remember is that societies that prize innovation outcompete those that basically try to constrain and surveil. And so you will see countries like El Salvador begin to, you saw it Singapore, you begin to see countries that really want to embrace Bitcoin, flourish. Human flourishing will take place there. So I think the market will optimize for human flourishing. And so that's why I'm pretty confident that when the time comes, people will go CBDC, you can keep it.
Yeah, CBDC is basically, it's Fiat. It's not a choice between CBDC and Bitcoin. It's Fiat, but with more surveillance. And if you understand the Fiat system and understand Bitcoin, that's the choice that you're making, not CBDCs and Bitcoin. But yeah, it's a great question. I think there is a CBDC
later on. We
talk later as well, so we could tune into that.
Awesome. Okay, guys. Simon and Chris, give them a round of applause, please. If you'd like to connect with any of the speakers here today, I shared all their profiles on Twitter. So at Dinny Collins, and you'll find all the guys are up and ask them their Twitters if you want to follow them. Yeah. We'll just get organised here now, lads. 1 second.
Okay, hello. That was nice talks there earlier on. Then we have Richard O'Hagan and Charlie Stevens. They're going to be talking about Bitcoin and the global economy, how it's going to affect the global economy, what it's going to do, what potential it has to do, and what change is on the way, basically. Yeah, take it away, lads.
Thanks very much, sir. We're the lucky people with the 3 p.m. slump spot, so so if we see a few nodding heads, we won't take it too personally. Just by way of a quick introduction, I'm Richard. I actually come from a military background. I was in the Defence Forces for about 10 years, and I'm currently working in law. I was based in the Middle East for a couple of years, and that's around the same time actually I got into Bitcoin. I saw kind of firsthand some fairly extreme currency devaluations in some of the countries I was living in. Black market money and just like a devaluation against the dollar of 5 times over the course of a year. So I sometimes put that as a correlation to my journey to Bitcoin. And I suppose then from a legal perspective, I think that Bitcoin's impact on property rights is quite a profound thing that we don't always give enough attention to.
Yeah, it's great to see everyone here, and great to see such a show for Bitcoin, because I think it is instrumental for the future of humanity, and I don't say that lightly. My name's Charlie. I'm a mathematical background. I studied actuary and ended up working for PricewaterhouseCoopers. But at the same time, I discovered Bitcoin, so I was studying the nature of money and markets at the same time while I was auditing some of the largest insurance companies in the world and seeing what their balance sheet contained. And when you saw the bonds that they were holding and the return that they were making and the assumptions that they were making for these policies, you realise that an inflation rate of 5% was taken as a 1 in 500 year event in some of the models. And a lot of my friends are actuaries, and these are the models that are being used across the globe and you know, they've got a lot of things that they haven't accounted for. So yeah, that's
Charlie's the guy who asked the intelligent question to Greg Frost, so now you know why.
So yeah, we're going to be talking about a world on a Bitcoin standard. It's going to look a bit different to the world that we have now, so we're kind of trying to use our imagination as much as possible and a bit of conjecture to see what it would look like and how we would cooperate as humans.
I think Simon used the spoke analogy, and I think we're going to try and do a run around some of the spokes, so hopefully we won't confuse ourselves or anybody else in the process. But you know, the existing system contains unfathomable complexity. There's a huge amount to it, and I don't think anybody has the capacity to see all the moving parts or to try and understand it all, or to kind of give us an even factual or scientific breakdown of it. And Bitcoin, in a weird sense, almost provides an incredibly elegant and simple solution, and it almost cuts through that complexity like a knife through butter. So I suppose what we're going to do today is really, we will spend a lot of time talking about the current system. We're going to try and compare and contrast what the two systems might look like. And before we start, Bitcoin is currently an insignificant speck. Like ideologically, and its potential is obviously huge, but at the moment, in the minds of most people, it does act like a speculative asset. Some people use it very, very successfully to preserve wealth. Some people use it to further their own financial freedom and sovereignty. But that is a very small group of people in the world. So what we really are looking at is a world where Bitcoin is the standard, and how would that world look different to the world that we have today? And I suppose that example of not being able to see the water you're swimming in is quite a relevant example. Just by way of interest, I might just ask a question, and I'd ask for full honesty. How many people are a little bit self-conscious about being here today? Just raise your hand. Okay, not a huge amount, but I think there is a general perception that exists, and I think, you know, we're here talking about something that we all believe is really, really important. We've given it a lot of time to think about it, but there is a perception that if you're trying to measure it from the current system, it just looks like money. People are probably wondering, why are the conference about money? What's the point? So that's what we're trying to delve into, is why is it important? And I think, as I discussed with Charlie, money is the way that we coordinate. It's the, as Con so elegantly outlined, it's the base layer of human coordination. So it is the information link that binds all of our economic activity. So therefore, it dictates all of our outcomes in terms of our economic prosperity, our quality of life. It's so important. It's of the utmost importance.
Yeah, a lot of people think of Bitcoin as an asset, which it's seen like that a lot, but I think that shines a light that doesn't fully reflect what Bitcoin is. It's a way of binding all of us together as one, and it's doing that through pure truth signals. That's ultimately what Bitcoin is. And we're going to do an overview. First one being the emergence of the Bitcoin standard. Why Bitcoin? Why would Bitcoin emerge as the standard? Low friction trade and globalization done right. What does globalization done wrong look like pretty much now? The free market allocation of capital, like what is the free market? Why are free markets good? Inflation and deflation, the truth splits. A lot of people have assumptions that inflation is good and deflation is bad, so we'll talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so look, we won't dwell on this aspect of it too much, but we will just spend a few minutes talking about why we think a Bitcoin standard is likely to emerge. And, you know, obviously, Con especially, and Dinny earlier on, went through the properties of money and the properties of good money, and you know, that's all quite a scientific study, and you saw the different comparisons with gold and fiat. But really, we want to zone in on kind of four key attributes of what Bitcoin brings to the table. And I think if we try and sum it up, Bitcoin introduces neutral, divisible, portable scarcity in digital format. And that's the first time, it's the first time ever humanity has had this. We've never had something like this before. So in our view, this makes Bitcoin the money that humanity has always been searching for. Everything else has been a proxy, everything else has been an approximation or the best of bad options. But we finally have something, we have to go back to Con's lecture, or his talk, this ledger that contains only truth. It's perfectly open and perfectly closed. So what do we mean by that? Perfectly open means anybody can join it, nobody can censor it, everybody with an internet connection and even someone out can access it. And possibly...
I think that's important to highlight, because even though we're lucky here in Ireland that we all can open bank accounts pretty easily. You know, there's a lot of countries that have over 50% of the people that can't open a bank account because maybe it's 150 quid to open a bank account. You need certain papers, and those individuals don't have it. It's hard to relate when we're sitting here or whatever, but I think that's really important for property and for people to be involved and allowed to add value to the world. Because I suppose once we all add value together, we come out with a better world, don't we?
So what does perfect close mean then? So numerous people have articulated this concept in different ways, whether it's Saylor or Luke Broyles, but perfectly closed means it's a dynamically or a thermodynamically sealed system. It doesn't leak energy. You know, it's like a satellite in orbit. It's not. It's in a geostationary orbit. It's not going to crash back to Earth. It doesn't. It's like a ship with no leaks. There's numerous analogies you can use, but essentially, it's the first and only system for money that we have found that doesn't leak energy. And that's a really important concept, and that's why it's going to emerge in our view as universal money, because it simply is the best, it's the hardest money that's ever existed, and for that reason it will take the monetary premium from all other assets that currently have one.
Yeah, so a Schelling point is used a lot as a term, and I didn't understand what Schelling was for a while, but essentially, how would you describe it, Rich?
That's a great question. You brought it up. No, a Schelling point is, and I've heard it mentioned earlier today, but it's when people have imperfect information, it's the thing that people will gravitate towards in the default of having the information. So a perfect example is if I said I'll meet you on Tuesday in Dublin, on Tuesday in Dublin, and I didn't tell you any more, it would be reasonable to assume that, well, noon sounds like a good meeting time, and the Spire, everybody knows the Spire, so we meet at the Spire at noon in Dublin. So we can see it more and more that Bitcoin is providing the Schelling point for money, and we saw it with the banking crisis recently. Certain famous and influential people coming out and saying, you know, the Bitcoin maximalists were right all along, and in times of war we're all Bitcoin maximalists. Like, you know, that's it. People will flee and gravitate to the safest asset, and because it's thermodynamically sealed, that will increasingly be Bitcoin. So just this was touched upon earlier as well, but what do we mean when we say other assets have a monetary premium? We're saying that they have a value above and beyond what they cost to produce or their utility value, what people are literally willing to pay to use them.
Yeah, so monetary premium being the extra value that something has because it's being used as money. Money functioning as a medium of exchange or a store of value. As we use the euro right now to buy our coffees, buy our meals or whatever, we're using it as a medium of exchange. But no one's leaving 100 grand in the bank because they know what's going to happen to it. You know, we don't need to know what happens to it. As you can see here on the left, there's a huge amount of monetary premium allocated towards different assets. See those bonds there at $300 trillion? They're just promises from nations to nations, corporations to corporations, that they will return fiat, euros, in the future, maybe 5, 10, 20, 30 years' time. Money that's going to devalue at the rate of right now 8%, minimum.
So a good money does two main things, like transfers value across time and space. And there's always been various trade-offs, because as I mentioned, money's never been perfect until now. But there's always been trade-offs. Gold was good at transferring value across time, but not across space, because it's obviously expensive to transport. Fiat currencies kind of have the opposite problem. They're kind of okay at transferring value across space as long as it's not to a jurisdiction that we don't like, or it's not on a weekend. But they're not good at transferring value across time, and that's because they're manipulatable, and things that are manipulatable will be manipulated. So what's happened, because currencies aren't good at the money we use isn't good at transferring value across time, is that we've outsourced this function to other things. So people with wealth use a combination of bonds, index funds, property, Rolex watches, fine wine, fine paintings, all sorts of other things to store their wealth. So they've outsourced this function, and they don't worry about it too much. And that causes all sorts of distortions for society, and we'll come back to this idea quite strongly about the harm that actually causes. Most people seem to think that's fine, that's sure, it's grand, it doesn't matter if I can't leave money in the bank, I can just buy a house and rent it out or whatever. that causes huge issues, and we'll get into some of that stuff. But now that Bitcoin exists, we have a money that optimally transfers value across both time and space. Because it's absolutely scarce. I mean, none of those other things that we talked about. As Greg said, real estate we've built on about 1.5% of the land in the country. You know, there's plenty more real estate can be built. More debt can always be issued. More stocks can be issued. More gold. There could be, a meteor can hit the earth. There's many different ways that we can inflate all of these assets. Everything can be inflated. So here's the question I want you to kind of think of. What does it for all of these assets that have a monetary premium? What does an equilibrium with a perfectly scarce asset like Bitcoin look like? Like, at what point does Bitcoin monetize to 4 trillion and then stop? Why would people keep monetary premium in real estate or gold? And that's why you'll often hear people say Bitcoin, it takes it all or dies.
Black hole. So yeah, in terms of monetary premium, you have real estate, obviously a big issue here in Ireland, where shelter being like pretty much at the bottom of the Maslow's pyramid. We all need a bit of shelter. Its prices inflating at ridiculous rates because people use it as a way to store value for themselves, for their kids, for their grandkids. And once Bitcoin takes over as a way of storing value, then you can be able to see other assets come down to their natural equilibrium, their use case.
Yeah, so Bitcoin will demonetize all of these things, and as Con mentioned in his talk, the store of value aspect happens first, and then you have the medium of exchange and unit of account comes after that. But once this happens, Bitcoin becomes the global money, and I think a good way to kind of wrap this section up is to just say that when Bitcoin monetizes, I think our children and our children's children will live in a world where they don't think about the value of Bitcoin. I remember Bitcoin is now growing within a system, but Bitcoin is just wrapping its tentacles and swallowing everything. And what does that look like? It just becomes the information layer over everything. It becomes a thing that intermediates between the Apple and the house and the MicroStrategy stock and all of these different things. So it's just an information layer. That's all it is. Well, none of us are particularly concerned about what Bitcoin, the asset itself, is worth. It is just a way of communicating value. So, and I think to wrap up this section is just why is that so important? And it all comes down to our good friend Jeff Booth and his famous saying that I think is a little hard to wrap your head around, is that when there's abundance of money, there's scarcity everywhere else. And when there's scarcity of money, there's abundance in everything else. So the world we currently live in, there is abundance of money. And that has created scarcity in many different things that people need to live their lives. So it's not a good world when people hoard commodities or wheat or things that we need for production solely because they're doing that because they know there has to be a buyer down the road who will need that stuff. It's not good that people buy houses and distort the market value of houses simply because they know that there's artificial scarcity induced, because that also leads to ill-aligned incentives. That means a lot of people who make the decisions don't want more houses to be built. So it leads to completely perverse incentives. So on a Bitcoin standard, we'll finally have a money that's scarce and everything else will be abundant. And I suppose we'll get more into that as we go through the rest.
Yeah, it's hard to visualize that. So I think asking that question to yourself is handy to further your understanding of what Bitcoin is. The abundance in money, creating scarcity and everything else. But I think Rich put it well there. Globalization done right. So low friction in a world of sovereign individuals. Globalization has a few negative connotations because a lot of countries have been fecked over essentially by globalization. A lot of the global south are producing all the goods for the Western countries, and this all kind of stems from the origins of the money that we use today. So just give a bit of background. A lot of people here probably know, but how did we get to the money that we have now? Obviously, we saw gold. This resembled a lot of properties that were beneficial for money, and we used that between countries. Each country produced their goods and services and settled their accounts in gold, and it was great because there was an accountability for each nation. If you produced a lot of goods and sold them and took in gold, you had excess gold, which was great. After the Second World War then, a lot of countries were devastated and the States had around 80% of the gold. So the Bretton Woods system was agreed on and they linked the US dollar to gold. From then on then, from that moment on, each country could redeem their dollars for gold. And that was all right, that worked well, but the States could still have the ability to print the dollars which resembled the gold, and then they went too far. 1971, they de-linked gold and the dollar, and since then we've been in this kind of free-floating experiment where no one really knows what the hell is going on.
I suppose if you look at an overarching point here, globalization should be a good thing. Globalization means a free market where, we probably most of us know the idea of a comparative advantage in economics, where some countries are better at producing some things and others at others, and people should specialise in what they're good at. With a true free market and with true globalization, benefit should inure to all of us. Everything should be cheaper for everybody, and everybody's quality of life should be better. So it should be a universally good thing. But why is there a perception, especially among a lot of people, that globalization isn't a good thing? And our thesis in this talk is that that's because we haven't had true free market globalization. What we've actually had is globalization in a very peculiar manner that has benefited certain cohorts within certain societies. So we've had globalization on a reserve currency, with the US dollar being the world's reserve currency. So all countries need to buy the US dollar, and that shows money's tendency toward one medium for liquidity and exchange. And what has that done? That's given the US and the Western world by and large what the French term the exorbitant privilege, but it's also it's a blessing and a curse, because it makes a very strong financial sector within a country, a very strong state sector. There's plenty of public money to be spent, but the underlying society itself may be hollowed out because industry itself and exports become less competitive. So that's why you hear, in broad brushstrokes, that's why you hear so much about the Rust Belt in America, and you see such dissatisfaction among people who used to have the factory jobs and work in manufacturing. Now America's factory has been very much outsourced to China and other parts of the world for a few decades. So you have conflicting interests within a country, and then that applies to a number of different countries. So in a way, when we give out about the fiat system and certain people being closer to the money printer, that happens within countries, but it also happens between countries. So the US, it benefits from that, but it also destroys long-term productive capacity. And that leads to a globalization, which leads to a very fraught world. And I think it's quite clear, and I think the guys mentioned it, that people can sense that there's something not quite right. And I mean, you don't have to go too far to sense that Capitol Hill was stormed essentially by protesters a couple of years back. And if you're to look at the bigger trends, I think the most rational explanation is that sense of division and that economic disparity that is occurring within countries. And perhaps we'll come back to that later in the talk.
Yeah, I just want to point out that the benefits of entrepreneurs, and when someone's being paid by the government, like how incentivized are they about finding a novel solution to a problem? They probably aren't. So the more the wealth scales towards the governments, the less innovation, the less competition happens, the more intervention, the less we evolve as a species, the less trial and error.
Just to tie into the idea of globalization is this idea of just reduced friction. And this is kind of a very simple point, but we've 197 countries approximately in the world. We've 180 countries. The planet is kind of like a hive mind. You can think of humans as the neurons in a human brain, and there's connections between them, synapses, and that's the internet, and it's money, and it's these things that are connected. And the human hive mind, the hive mind that is humanity, works best when information flows freely. So at the moment, with 180 little siloed currencies, if you took every little part of your brain and compartmentalized it, that wouldn't lead to an optimal functioning of your brain. There are certain things for which variety is the spice of life. I mean, we've developed many different cultures and languages, and that can be seen as a very good thing. That can, none of us want to live in a monoculture where we're all the exact same. And I think Con mentioned this earlier in his talk, there are certain things that we don't want differences. Like, would anyone here make an argument that it's a good thing that when you're bringing a car into Ireland and the UK, you have to convert the steering from to right to left-hand drive? Of course not. I mean, that's just a conversion cost. That just adds friction. It adds cost. You know, it makes things more expensive. It makes us all worse off. It means people are employed changing steering consoles that could otherwise be doing other productive things. And I'm not saying that isn't a worthwhile job. That's just the way the world emerged. But there are certain areas in which friction isn't a good thing. And certainly we would say that money is one of the most obvious examples of that. It's like having 180 imperial and metric systems.
Yeah, so if you had to change the railways every time you cross a country in Europe, how useful would that be? Going back to the brain, I think that's a good example. Imagine the synapses between our neurons were clogged up, so the information going from one part of the brain to the other part of the brain was clogged and slow. How would we act as humans? What would our decisions be like? When we focused on one thing, towards one thing, how functional would we be if there was clogs between each part of our brain? That's the way the world is right now with all the different currencies. There's friction between each nation state. You have to convert from one currency to another currency. Not only is there conversion cost, but the pairs, so like dollar to pound, they're not fully reflecting reality because there's a lot of intervention with that as well. There's institutions that their job is to make money just from that. The richest people in the world are basically managing all this friction, and those who are trying to save lives or teaching, they're getting paid like pennies. Like when you see that people who are adding value to the world aren't getting paid sufficiently, and then those who are dealing with the frictions of the world are getting paid the most, there's something wrong there. There's something wrong, and we have a tool that we can all use together that will allow for a rebalancing of our value hierarchy, let's just say, so that what truly adds to society gets rewarded, and that's the incentive. That's the incentivization structure that Bitcoin brings to the world.
I think that's such an interesting point, that there's so many people getting paid to deal with the frictions. I mean, if we could just remove the frictions, there's so much more for everybody else. On top of that, you've got a certain large portion of people locked out of the banking system who can contribute to the economy. You've got a 5 days a week, again, can't cross borders easily. So there's a huge amount of inefficiencies baked into the cake that just by taking out those inefficiencies, the World and Bitcoin Standard will naturally benefit everybody. I suppose the next point is the efficient allocation of capital. This is probably a little bit more nuanced than simply just removing inefficiencies and frictions. It's a fairly complicated topic, so we'll do our best to maybe break it down quite simply.
So free market, like what is a free market? Ask yourself that question. When the price found is through perfect competition with little intervention from classically the government. So we're all sovereign individuals, let's just say, and we all partake in the market, and the price that we all agree on is the price of that good. We all have different ways of valuing things. I can't say what makes Rich happy. He can't say what makes me happy. I can't say what makes everybody else happy. We all have our own ways of understanding the world and our own ways of valuing things. And to have a tool that allows us to come to consensus on the value of things across the world, that's what we need. We need a tool to be able to come to the truest value of the things around us. I think it's quite useful. So, well, what is not a free market? I suppose I think this is a good one to look at, where Rich pointed out. This is intervention. This is the interest rate, the Fed funds interest rate, which basically is the price of money for money across the globe. The price of money is essentially how much you pay to be able to have the purchasing ability right now, and then pay that back in the future. So classically, when we were on the gold standard, we came to the price of money as a consensus, and that was a free market, relatively. Right now, that's depicted by a few individuals. They decide the price of money.
I suppose the crux of this point with the allocation of capital, I suppose, is encapsulated in that chart which shows the Fed funds rate since about 2000. And the whole idea of intervention is that to minimize volatility and to stabilize things. And does that look like any sort of economic system that should be the base layer for businesses and individuals and nations to be making their economic calculations? And I think the answer to that is quite obvious. I mean, if you're a business starting in 2009, you're used to an environment with being able to get loans at a practically 0% interest rate. It's easy to source funds, it's easy to source capital. And then there's a spike. And then if you look at what's happened in the last few months, I mean, getting a loan at 0%, getting a loan at 5% is not a 5% difference. It's a huge difference. So, I mean, are we better with a world where when the free market decides its interest rate, and it's very hard to find times in history where there's been a pure free market, and that's another really interesting thing that Bitcoin does. I mean, under a gold standard, there was a great paper written years ago by a Canadian central banker that we both had read actually when we chatted about it. And it talked about how gold limited the ability of central banks to manipulate interest rates within a margin. Because if one country tries to lower rates by too much, in the absence of capital controls, people can just move their gold out of the country and into another country to get a better interest rate. So there is some limitation, but gold obviously wasn't perfect because at times it was just, you weren't able to take your gold, it was very hard to move it. The world in a Bitcoin standard, if you think about it logically, should be the closest thing that we've ever had to a free market interest rate. So the price of money and the time value of money will be set by aggregate behaviour of all market participants, savers and borrowers. And that's a really powerful thing. I mean, the price, and I just use this as an example, and I think, especially giving a talk in Ireland, I think the example that we always should come back to, because it's one of the most obvious manifestations of these problems, is housing. I mean, if you bought a house in Ireland in 2007, you could still be in negative equity. I mean, buying a house, you can either win a small lottery jackpot, or you could be stuck in negative equity for 15 years. Like, the price of houses shouldn't be that unpredictable. There's the rate at which the number of houses changes in terms of the overall supply doesn't change that quickly. The population doesn't change that quickly, short of a famine, not to be trivial. So the price should be relatively consistent. So why isn't that the case? And the reason it's not the case is because the thing where we're measuring the houses in is changing. The thing we're trying to, I mean, if you're on land and you're looking at a ship and the ship is bobbing, that's one thing. But if you're looking at a ship from a ship that's bobbing even more violently than the other ship, it just creates a whole layer of unpredictability and makes any sort of calculation difficult.
I think it's important to point out that the interest rate is very much linked to the supply. So the way a bank increases or decreases the interest rate is by either buying or selling bonds. So the government is separate to the central bank. The government needs more liquidity, more money in the system. They want to get the economy going. What does the central bank do? It buys the bonds. So it funds the treasury essentially. And that's why Bitcoin is essentially will be a free market interest rate, because that supply schedule is completely predictable. We all know what it's going to be. We can all verify it ourselves. Therefore, there's no meddling with it. There's no meddling with that interest rate. There's no meddling with the price of money, the value of everything we see around us. If you increase and decrease the interest rates, you're changing the value of everything around you constantly. How are people over in the States deciding how you value things? Like, where does that make sense? Genuinely.
We're kind of in the weeds here talking about interest rates, but like if we zoom right out to a 600-foot view, like why are interest rates changing? And if you were to really take it back, I mean, ultimately what we're doing is, we've seen since the 80s, and Greg Foss mentioned this, we've had 40 something years of interest rates steadily going down and down and down. And when you have a system whereby central planners who are susceptible to a 4-year popularity contest, I mean, that's what this all comes down to really, is that when people are elected on a 4-year popularity contest, their average planning horizon is 2 years, because they're in from 4 to 0. So their average is 2 years they're looking ahead. that isn't a sufficient time horizon to make long-term, prudent decisions for the financial health of a financial system or a country, or even a business. And when you have, when the system can be manipulated in a way that makes it easier for that body to spend, makes it easier to grow, makes it easier to make easier decisions, makes it easier to kick the can down the road, those decisions are naturally incentivized. So that's really what all of this comes back to. Bitcoin ultimately brings in accountability, which is a really, really important thing, because the consequence of that, you know, stepped lowering of interest rates over 40 years, those consequences are massive. I mean, the wealth transfer from everybody to people with assets over the last 40 years has been incredible. I think people just don't understand it. And I mean, people don't understand that when a bank does quantitative easing and people's assets go up, there was a video from about a year ago where the president of the US was announcing that as a victory, that your house prices have gone up under my watch. I mean, that means that it's all well and good for those with houses, but for those that don't own houses, that should be quite literally nothing short of a scandal. And then the mainstream view very often among economists will be that, well, it's fine as long as it doesn't seep into the broader economy. It's not fine. It's all denominated in monetary units. It's all transferable. So then, when there is inflation and when goods and services do become more scarce and there's competition, those who benefited from easy money policies, quantitative easing, have more purchasing power to buy the chicken and the bread and the fish. And that is an unfair, unjustifiable reallocation of wealth. And it's just opaque enough and hard enough to understand that people don't fully get it for the most part. But it's certainly not a good way or a sustainable way to run a society.
Just to lighten things up a bit, we're going to put this video on.
We thought you'd probably do it a break.
Is it on?
I'll very quickly describe it. It was supposed to be some comic relief, but that was a fail. It's the film called Guarantee. You've probably seen it. It's about the night in Leinster House where they made the decision to guarantee banks. And the actor, I can't remember his name, but he makes a great speech at the end of it. I think he plays the governor of the central bank, and he tells a story about where this stranger walks into town into a motel, and he says, I might need to stay here, but I might not, so I'll give you $100 up front, but here's the deal, if I come back within an hour and I don't need to stay, I want my $100 back. So he gives $100 and the motel owner pays the local service provider the $100 that he owes her. She goes and pays the local cops the $100 that she owes them for the protection money. They pay the local drug dealer who they were paying to keep them, to stop causing trouble, and the drug dealer then owes the $100 to the motel owner. And so that the $100 does the full round, it comes back to the motel owner, and then the stranger walks back in and says, I don't need to stay here after all. He gets his $100 back, and then the conclusion is that, you know, that's the magic of banking. All of those 5 different sets of people are $100 better off, and that's the magic of banking. But what that doesn't explain is that without, and this isn't just a generic cut at banking, but it kind of gets at this idea of fractional reserve and ever expanding money supply. Without, what isn't understood, I think, is that without the banking and without that availability of credit and easy money, all of those services would have cost $20, not $100. So, you know, we don't owe that to the system. That the system is what makes things more expensive. But if you're the person that gets a loan, and this is very applicable, if you get a loan today, it's very easy to see the benefit of that. It's very easy to see that my business can now do something that it couldn't do beforehand. It's much harder to measure the consequences for the other people who on the margin can't afford the goods and services you've bid for. So that all gets at the allocation of capital. And if I want that quote. Yeah, just I think just this idea of, we'll maybe come back to this at the end, but this idea of measuring GDP and all of these different measures, you know, that encourage consumption up front. Our systems of measurement have become targets that no longer make them suitable measures. So, you know, in the current system, it seems almost as a good thing if the farmer eats the seed rather than plants it for the next harvest. And that clearly is a misallocation of capital.
So there's an order book there that just basically shows how we get to a common price. There's a lot of offers and there's a lot of bids to sell, and then the last, where they meet together, that's where the price is found, and that's the latest price. I think this is important. This is what a free market looks like, and to have the underlying tool or unit of account that we use to find that price being uncorruptible and you not being able to debase it is pretty key, because once you start manipulating that money, finding the price becomes extremely difficult. Knowing how much your milk is going to cost next year is pretty difficult, you know, in this current environment. So this is Bitcoin isn't just this kind of fun game that, oh, this looks interesting, that's an asset that I can own to protect my wealth. This is something we need to be able to cooperate and work together to build everything that we've built, our legal system and the infrastructure that we've built. Everything around us has been built on relatively sound money, which was gold. We've been able to maintain that, but now we can see a little bit of decay. And if we don't revert to a hard money that is like uncorruptible, the decay will continue, unless someone else has a suggestion of how it won't continue. So it's a matter of it's not only, it's probably a bit hyperbole, but saving ourselves and saving our future children. That's the way I look at it. So yeah, that's the balance sheet of the Fed, I'm pretty sure. So back then that was that 08? Yeah, 08. So 2008 financial crisis, liquidity is sucked out of the system, and the Fed had to kind of change the laws and increase the amount of money in the whole system by a huge amount. That was massive back in the day. Like, you know, it was huge. And then we had a period of slow increase in their balance sheet. This is just reflecting the amount of money in the system. Then we had a slow enough increase in stability. And then towards 2019, when they were bringing down the money supply, there was a lot of talk of recession. There was a lot of talk, okay, right, the economy is going to go down the drain. And 2020 came March, and we all know what happened. Everybody freaked out, and the whole world said, listen, it's okay, we have this thing called money, and we can give you a lot more of it. The IMF, on their main page, they basically said, we needed to give out more money to save all these countries so that they could give vaccines to all their citizens. This was their proposition. And then since then, it's just exponentially increased. If that was huge in 2008, like people say what caused inflation, and they say, oh, the war, which obviously that constrained supply. But this magnitude of an increase in money supply, that's going to have an effect. There's going to be a consequence to that, and we're seeing it right now.
Just another random point, if the money supply is increased and there isn't inflation, it means that there would have been more deflation if they hadn't increased the money supply. So it means that the benefits of productivity that should have accrued to people don't accrue to them. So this idea that as long as the price of things isn't going up too fast, that's actually a bit of a misnomer, and sometimes I think we're conceding ground when we even get to that argument. So we might just spend a couple of minutes on inflation, deflation. We'll do a quick wrap up and then we'll take a couple of questions. This is one of those topics that I'm sure everyone in this room, or most of you, have had an encounter with a quasi-religious person who's with conviction told you that we need inflation for the economy, and they've justified it based on the fact that people will stop spending money. That's the case, that if we don't have inflation, people will stop spending the money and the economy will crash. And there's 3 or 4 grounds under which this can be easily kind of debunked, and I think they're just worth setting out really quickly. The first is that Bitcoin is a fixed supply currency, so it's not a deflationary currency. I mean, yeah, people might lose some or whatever, but it's a fixed supply, so it just maps over everything in the economy. So for things, all else being equal in terms of demographics and demand and all this sort of stuff, for things to get cheaper, that implies that the economy gets more productive. So the economy has to get more productive before things get cheaper. So things only get cheaper when the economy gets more productive. So it's a real non-problem. If things get cheaper, it's because the economy has gotten more productive. So that just kind of, I suppose, in some ways demonstrates somewhat the nonsense of the argument.
Yeah, so if we start becoming less productive and there's less goods in the system, then the prices will go up, we'll have inflation, which those who are for inflation can be happy about. But ultimately, we have technology, Jeff Booth talks about this a lot, that increases productivity. Every single year, we get better at doing things. We're able to get more out of doing less. That the nature of that is deflation. Prices go down, which should be good for everyone. Everyone has access to more things, more tools to be able to realize their full potential. You know, isn't that what we want? To be able to have a level playing field between everyone, so that they can release whatever potential that person has.
And the empirical evidence that we have doesn't even support that view that people who stop spending. I mean, over the last 20 years, we've seen technology getting much cheaper. Phones, laptops, and televisions get better and less expensive for the same thing every year. And people haven't stopped buying them. I haven't seen a single headline saying Samsung is going out of business because people are waiting for their next model, so they won't buy the current one. I mean, it just doesn't happen. So the idea it would happen for other goods and services just doesn't seem to make any sense. I mean, there obviously is an element of truth in that when you're in an inflationary system, which has to inflate so that the debt can be paid back, yes, that does require inflation. But that's a different argument. That's an argument for why we need inflation with the way the system is currently set up. It's not an argument why the world in a Bitcoin standard would lead to an economic catastrophe. I mean, everyone is free to make their own choices and to see which side of the story they want to believe. But I mean, isn't that just the definition of a misallocation of capital? If you think about the message behind this inflation myth, it's that if you don't spend money that you don't really want to spend, but you're only spending it because it's going to lose value, then the economy is going to collapse. People are by definition buying things that they don't need. So the idea that that's even in any way compatible with a sustainable economy, sustainable climate, I mean, it just doesn't stand up to reality. And I really think that that's why we want to talk about this as a standalone item, because it's just much more of a superstition or like a religious belief than any sort of scientific fact.
So this graph is just showing the amount of countries that have over 10% inflation. If you have 10% inflation in 7 years' time, the money that you have in the bank is half of the value that it was initially. Half. That's 7 years. So if you're a young person looking to put a deposit in for a house and you're saving in euros, it's a lost cause. You know, there's no real point. You're fighting a losing battle. Countries like Argentina, I've been living in Alicante at the moment in Spain, and the amount of Argentinians that have come over, any restaurant we go to, the person serving you is Argentinian. Most of them have come in the last 12 months. Argentina right now is ravaged with crime, with high inflation, people can't go out of their house. Genuinely, this is a place that had a higher GDP per person than Canada in the 1920s. A lot of Europeans fleeing over. So you have a place that's they're highly educated individuals, and highly sophisticated economy, but the way that the fiscal balances have been managed has just been awful and allowed inflation to ravage. They've tried to protect the Argentinian peso by putting limits on the amount of dollars that they can buy monthly. That's just caused more problems. And you know what? The market for USDT and Bitcoin in Argentina has just boomed. And people are finding ways in order to store their wealth. So what happens when, as Argentina use the dollar as their way of storing value instead of the peso, what happens then when the dollar does the same thing as the pesos do for the rest of the world? What do we do? Where do we turn to? That's the question you have to ask yourself. So this to the left, you have the amount of silver in a denarius back in the Roman times, percentage. So the less silver in a coin, the higher the inflation, obviously, and you can see the kind of the correlation between that and the dollar. That's Rome towards heavy debasement.
Stay optimistic.
Zimbabwe. This is Venezuela and Argentina. So yeah, conclusion.
What would you conclude from that? No, really, when you look at everything I think we've been talking about today, I think the most high-level view to take is the following. In the fiat system, the return on money, when interest rates are lowered and the manipulation happens the way it's happened, the return on money and the return on wealth is greater than the rate of economic growth. And when that happens, when you can make more by accruing wealth than the rest of the economy can make through productivity, you end up with a clogged monopoly board. That's what you end up with. And that really is what we're seeing. We're seeing the highest level of wealth inequality that we've seen in a long, long time. And the world degrades. You've got abundance of money, but scarcity and everything else. On a Bitcoin standard, the return on money and the return on wealth will be less than the rate of economic growth. And I know that those concepts might not be intuitive, but it just means that wealth doesn't beget wealth at a rate that is faster than productivity in the economy. And that is a much better world. That's a world that's much more fair. I mean, what would it look like if it looked like our national debts were too high, our currencies were devaluing too fast, and as previous speakers have said, people just know that something is wrong? Would it look like there's riots in Paris due to pension reforms? Would every public sector union in the UK be on strike? Would people be out protesting the lack of housing in Ireland? I mean, housing should be so much more affordable and easier to build today, given the tools of construction and technology, than it was 50 years ago. But housing is half as affordable as it was then. So there are clearly things wrong. But on an optimistic note, we are 14 years into seeing the solution emerge. And that's what Bitcoin's growth is doing. It's just pricing the transition, as again, Jeff Booth, who obviously inspires quite a lot of us, would say. It's pricing the transition. And I think we're getting there.
Absolutely, and remember, it's money, so you store it, you can save it, and then you can spend it down the road if for something that you really need. Countries like El Salvador now are a gleaming example as to how it can work, and you can see the safety, security, the hope that people have when surrounded by this. And I think the future is bright. I genuinely do, but I think everyone needs to open their eyes, and question themselves and question what's going on.
They're not that sleepy. Okay, so we'll take any questions that anybody has.
Any questions?
Thanks guys for a really enjoyable presentation. Just one thing I just wanted to pick up on, or just ask for some clarification on. You had mentioned earlier on in your presentation that there's up to maybe 150 countries whereby people don't have access to the bank accounts. So in a scenario like that, my question would be, how would you get started in a situation like that? If you want to start maybe trading Bitcoin or receive payments in Bitcoin, like all of us who would have Bitcoin accounts, initially our interaction is with a bank. We have to first of all prove who we are, we have to prove where we live, and we have to prove where the funds come from. So in the absence of having a bank account and maybe in a developing country, how do you start off? Like, how do you get going? How do you start trading in Bitcoin or receiving payments in Bitcoin or making Bitcoin payments if you don't initially have an interaction with a bank?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So, I suppose you provide a service to someone who has Bitcoin. That's ultimately all you need is a phone or some sort of device that has a wallet. And then once you provide a service or a good to someone who has Bitcoin or someone who has access to Bitcoin, then you can access this purchasing power immediately without any barriers. So that's why it's important that Bitcoin proliferates across every nation and community, so that people have the ability to provide a service to someone or an entity that has Bitcoin, because then it's you can take that in and then you can purchase whatever you want. So,
but you're at the starting point in that instance, so you're having to reach out to somebody who's already set up. You can't set yourself up first of all in your own entity. Correct?
Well, you can't make Bitcoin into thin air if that's what you're asking. You can't. You have to. You have to.
Starting somewhere.
You have to find an in to the circular economy. You have to either provide value or some way like that. There is no magic solution.
So that's not for everybody necessarily then, is it? Like, would you have to be trading or in a business maybe like the ordinary Joe, like what I'm talking about maybe is it replacing a bank account in countries where you can't get a bank account?
Yeah, well, let's just say in Africa there's a huge amount of projects where Bitcoin's already been released in certain communities, and people have phones that they can use and they can access that Bitcoin. To be able to partake in the network of transmitting that value, they don't need to actually go through any institution. So the Bitcoin's already out there. They don't need to go to a certain bank manager. They just have to have a mate who wants to get the windows washed and throw him a few sats, and then he can buy an apple with the sats, and then it just proliferates across. So that, I suppose.
Yeah. I hear if you just ask Condi, he'll send you some.
There's a lot of entrepreneurs out in Africa as well, and they're all like imposter Bitcoin with Dinny's a lot of them are. So there's a stream of sats going from Irish into Africa through probably part laundering.
Robin Hood job.
Guys, you actually cover two topics, which is bonds and also reserve, fractional reserves in the banks. Could you explain how the banks create the money? So, as far as I know, the banks making the money, create the money every single time when they release any land, and someone gets money from them. So, if we take banks out of the system, we release the Bitcoin, the banks lose a lot of money. Is that correct?
The banks do what with the money? What was the last
Lose. They will lose a lot of money because they won't be able to create money out of the money which they lending to the people.
Yeah, it's a difficult question. In a way, nobody knows what the future will look like, but in a way, a bank may still work the way most people think banks currently work. Like if you take a credit union in Ireland, it takes in deposits from savers, and that's like a loan from normal people to the institution, and it then makes loans on that. And it has to balance its risk, it has to make sure that it can fund withdrawals and stuff like that. And that's how most financial institutions work. So they can create money for loans, they get paid interest in that, but they have to have obligations to meet it. The system actually gets distorted much more at a higher level, because it's, when you see the Federal Reserve's balance sheet, that's them buying loans and assets off banks and giving them cash, which they can then back out. So that's generally how the system grows. So, and I mean, on a Bitcoin standard, you'll still have banks that can still make a spread, but there'll be much, and I'm not sure, who knows what it would look like with Fediment and all different solutions, custody solutions that come. Nobody really knows, but I mean, certain institutions may still make a spread, but it will be much more of a free market, and depending on how it gets regulated and who can hold funds and things like that. But I mean, theoretically, there may not be a huge difference. And just the idea of fractional reserve and paper Bitcoin, I know that was asked earlier. I mean, a huge amount of that actually comes down to, can't talk about money as a construct. Sorry, Colin, I keep referencing you. But it's a human construct. So if people are happy to accept paper Bitcoin will be accepted. If people aren't happy, and that's what's so interesting about this movement, this idea of the real deal, trusting, verifying, not trusting, and holding the bare asset in your own keys. There's such a mindset of self-custody that it's very hard to see coiners accepting paper Bitcoin. So therefore, if that mindset continues to proliferate and stays in favour, you may not have a fractional reserve system. But if it doesn't, you will. So nobody knows how those kind of human psychology dynamics will play out. It's fascinating to see. But I also think the final point of that is you have to remember that if Bitcoin emerges in the way that we think it will also happen alongside a fiat collapse, and people will learn a lot of lessons from that. So we might find that in a future world, the idea of fractional reserve could be anathema to people. Whereas now it's normal, it may end up being like the devil.
The banks will definitely lose money as Bitcoin emerges. That's they rely on the structure of the system to be able to do it. So they will, because the money they're lending out will lose its value. In terms of the money creation, commercial banks can create, every time they give out a loan, there's a liability and an asset that's created. So the person gets a deposit into their bank, they can use that, whatever, 20k, and as they start paying back that loan, then that reduces the asset that the bank had initially. So that it just comes out of thin air through each loan that the bank makes, and it just increases the total asset balance sheet of the whole world.
Any other questions, guys, girls?
One at the back.
Fantastic thing. I'm a long time Bitcoiner. I'm all in, and I love it. However, I do think we also need to be a little bit cautious. So when you look at post the gold standard 71 on, it also coincides with a huge renaissance in terms of healthcare, in terms of life expectancy, in terms of technological advancement, and the world is just a better place. You can argue that there is a huge wealth gap, which there is and ever growing, but you can also look at the facts to say, so many more people are out of poverty. So while the gap is growing, also the poor are growing. And so as a Bitcoin standard without rehypothecation, okay, is it a better world or not? And I'm saying this as a Bitcoiner, this is like I'm all in, okay? But it is something I question.
I think that,
And you can also go back that easy money didn't happen just in the 70s. If you look at the previous Renaissance, it was also an easy money regime. So
it's certainly a fascinating question, and it's something that we can't ignore, and we can't be blinded to facts that don't suit our little narrative about the gold standard and all, you know, these kind of, everything is a simplification at the end of the day. But I think it's also fascinating to ask yourself about correlation and causation. I mean, it's undoubtedly technology comes when its time comes. I mean, it doesn't matter how smart you were 200 years ago, you couldn't have created AI. You know, if you lived 100 years before the Wright brothers, you probably just didn't have the basics to get to flight. So to what degree, and I fully agree with you, and I've read Steven Pinker's books and different things like that. You know, we live in the best time in human history, and I think we, as we're up here catastrophizing, we have to acknowledge that. I wouldn't go back to any time in history and prefer to live, even at the zenith of the Roman Empire. And because, you know, a pauper today lives a better life than the emperor did back then. But you also, you know, there is an element of, we don't know that we wouldn't have a far more advanced civilization, a far better life expectancy if we had a sound money standard throughout. So I don't really think it's possible to do like a correlation causation analysis. I think we have to bring it from first principles. Personally, having looked at it from both sides, I think I think we're doing well despite the money that we use, not because of it. And I think Fiat is very, very lucky that it's lucky to have that argument that it's coincided with a massive flourishing of humanity at the same time. And I think the flourishing would have been greater if we had Bitcoin earlier. That's my thoughts, but it's a subjective question. I mean, who could really answer it?
Yeah, and I also think because technology advanced so much, that means prices were going down quite a lot. So those who held debt needed to pay back that debt. So like naturally, it needed to debase. You know, all for pensioners to still be able to receive their pensions, and for those bonds to remain at the price they are, interest rates need to keep going down, and they can only keep going down if you manipulate them downwards. So it's nearly like technology like kind of pushed us to debase the way it did. The wars obviously are always an instigator, but yeah, I agree with you. We've advanced, but if you just look at those who manipulate the money the most, and you see the way society is run and how they deal with each other, between each other, you can see Switzerland, the way it structured its money, and the way they structure society. It's pretty cohesive, you know, compared to a lot of other countries. So I suppose it's just about looking around, but I think these questions are definitely important to see what gaps in our own knowledge we have.
Have we got one more question?
Wait till we get out of here. Back to
Getting used to across to me.
How's it going? Just wanting to get your view on how long do you think it would take for Bitcoin payments to become really dominant and mainstream. Like just as an example, I'm on Nostr, which is like a decentralized Twitter app, and I literally asked someone on Nostr just to pay for my coffee just before through Bitcoin Lightning, and they paid for my coffee. Someone on planet Earth, and as I said, I'd talk about it at the conference here. So I just thought, and then I asked the lady at the till, did she accept Bitcoin for payment? She said, I have no idea what you're talking about. So it's just this totally different reality. So I just thought, how long do you think Bitcoin payments could become reality?
I know we're slightly running over time today, and I know the next speaker is far better placed than either me or Charlie to speak about that, so if you have an answer, great, but I do think that will probably be better addressed as a question to the next speaker.
Yeah, and go Nostr.
Sorry, the speaker after next, but I'm sure the next one could be good too.
Okay, guys, thanks very much. That's a round of applause.
Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Days going on, moving on. So next we have up Jamie McCormick. He's going to give a presentation about a story about running a Bitcoin company in Ireland and how he's been doing it, and how he's working all over the world and doing different events, and let's tell us his story. Can you help me there, Mike? Hi everyone. It's a nice slide, so it's really fun here. And I don't have a big presentation. There's going to be this slide right and one at the end, so it's more of a story just to tell. So I'll just introduce myself. My name's Jamie McCormick from Dublin. I've been in crypto since 2013. That's when I initially dabbled, let's put it that way. Prior to working in crypto, I worked in video games for nearly 12 years. The last 5 years of that was in virtual currencies in a Japanese free-to-play games publisher. So I certainly have an experience in terms of working with virtual currencies, but not cryptocurrencies at the time. Now, I started off dabbling in 2013, found out about free Bitcoin through faucets, got my first wallet, lost my private keys, so I still have it nicely in my blockchain.com account there as well, but wasn't put off. I then started mining. I rented some hash rate off a guy on eBay for 6 months, who let me point that hash rate power at various different mining tools, which then got me Bitcoin into my wallet, which I then reinvested into setting up a site called Bitcoins in Ireland. I initially started then going to the Bitcoin Dublin meetup events that were started in Townlands and Market Street, and various different hubs around Dublin. Not as big a crowd as here. You're talking about, say, 12, 15 people, a mix of anarchists, tech people, academics, quite a few people who lost everything in terms of their pensions in the 2008 crash. So an eclectic mix of people every time. And then out of those Bitcoin meetups, I met one of the lads there who was one of the organisers, and he was upgrading from Antminer S1s to Antminer S3s. So I bought 4 of them off him. I found them on adverts. Used them, kept the house warm for 2 winters. Mine maybe 3 or 4 Bitcoin out of that as well. And realized very early that I was a terrible trader when it came to trading Bitcoin. I always bought high, sold low, or had to. It was a good emergency reserve fund, but
through kind of gritted teeth, it was always like, ah, yeah, well, this has happened here. Sell the Bitcoin. So I had like a 2.5 Bitcoin electric shower on the wall. Not nice. Flip side is, my second child, we paid Hollis Street's fees with Bitcoin. I don't want to make that one better. So, anyway. So, in my time in video games, I worked in marketing, I worked in communications, PR. We took games from all over the world, brought them to Europe and sold them. Free-to-play online games, it was all that kind of virtual currency, microtransaction business model. The company went through a distressed sale, and then I worked for another company who milked me for my knowledge in terms of marketing, and then I was made redundant. And I was about €50 over the threshold for getting the double properly. So that kind of put me in a bit of an awkward situation. I had to kind of make a big argument, including Elon Mary Harvey at the time, bitching about it. And I eventually got 6 months worth of redundancy, which didn't last very long. And at that time I had to kind of decide what I wanted to do with my recently married wife. Negative equity house that I bought in 2000, or apartment that I bought in 2008, and career. Now, I had a few options. One, follow my gaming career. That would have meant moving to Korea, Germany, Canada, US. Not really an option though. Option number 2, work for gambling companies. Very similar skill set, but just me, not for me. Mobile apps were coming out at the time, and it was just like they were shit, so I didn't really want to work in that. However, this is about a year into my experience with dabbling with Bitcoin. I spotted an opportunity, basically to set up as a mercenary, because what was happening at the time was there was very few people in the industry who had any experience marketing a digital currency, like cryptocurrency. And the ones that did, usually in America, once they got into a company, they were off the market. And there was a wave, and a wave, and a wave, and a wave of new companies coming through every day, every week, every month. So we spotted an opportunity and said, maybe there's something in here for us. Very interested in cryptocurrency in terms of the technology of it. For me, I'm going to put it into video games platforms. I'm sure there's a few gamers in the house looking at this. We're basically at somewhere between Nintendo 64 and PlayStation 1 in terms of where the blockchain is. If current edge for video games is PS5 with photorealism and everything else, blockchain is late 90s. It's catching up not every 5 or 10 years, maybe every 2 years as they add in new features. I'm not going to talk about meme coins on Bitcoin, but Ethereum will be one, ICOs, tokens, DeFi, all these different things. It's the equivalent of going from like the Atari 2600 up to 8-bit. It added in better graphics, better fidelity sound, 16-bit, then 32-bit, adding in multimedia, CDs, DVDs, storage, all the whole thing. So there's still plenty of way to go. Now, in 2014, I established the Bitcoin marketing team. I did not call it the Bitcoin marketing agency for a very good reason, because I had a team of a couple of guys and girls, and we felt that it would be better to work with a couple of different projects that we liked and help them. So we started off, got our new website. Please don't look on Wayback Machine. It's horrible. But it served a purpose in terms of being able to showcase to anyone that we were talking to what we did. Then I went on to Bitcoin Talk. I'm sure a few people here have that. That's it. It's an old school form. Basically, Bitcoin pretty much came out of Bitcoin Talk and Reddit, and then kind of went from there as well. So we presented our services, and through that we got our first client. The first client was a data center in Las Vegas who had a mining pool, and they had about 200 miners who were mining at the time. The great thing about doing that deal at the time was it really proved how valuable Bitcoin is versus, say, a bank. We chatted, we spoke, Skype, did our negotiations, did it there as well. And it was kind of Friday afternoon when he said, look, we want you to work with us, can you? And with Bitcoin, it was like, boom, transaction in the wallet.
Had I waited for a banking transaction, it probably would have been the Wednesday or Thursday the following week. I wouldn't have been able to start the work. And with that particular project, we were able to get paid and finish the work pretty much in time, in the time it would have taken for that bank account to get receipts. On the back of that then, we then worked with a Czech crypto exchange that's still going on, again through Bitcoin Talk. Then we got an Israeli zero confirmation transaction company. So they had an algorithm that they would hook into e-commerce systems to get around like the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 confirmation issue and kind of enable very quick checkouts. And after that, we got references. No, we didn't bullshit people. We just did the work that we needed to be done, and we worked from home. 2023, where we're at now, we've 40 projects under our belts, still standing through our third crypto winter and COVID. We're one of Europe's oldest crypto marketing firms. We're one of Ireland's oldest crypto companies that has been there since, I think there's only 1 or 2 older than a city company as well. And that's kind of evolved now. You know, so I've worked on an eclectic cross section of crypto. You know, we've worked with miners, we've worked with exchanges, wallets, apps, trading platforms, data providers, 11 ICOs. They raised 110 million, and then they left with a 100% hit rate. About 40% of those projects are still going as well. And ironically, blockchain gaming these days as well, which is a nice little coming full circle here as well. Now, the challenges in the early days were, I'm sure a few of the people in this room face it, people laughing at you. You know, oh, what's this Bitcoin? Like my wife's just like, oh, it's Skynet. What's going to happen when we get the algorithm? She did apply for it, so she still has doubts about it, but she doesn't mind. You know, like my dad, who's old school accounts, just said, oh, this is just tulips. And my brother, who works now in Robinhood in America, loved to say to him, it's like, look, most of your children are working in this industry and making their living, either in or because of crypto as well. And he's still like, yeah, we still don't get it. You don't need to. Obviously, friends and family were like, what is this? How is it? You know, and you'd be sitting there and saying, it's internet. You know, like in video games, and like I grew up playing like Super Nintendo Shadow Runner. There was, you know, there was always like the credit that you could use, and you could use that for paying for things that wasn't cash. So it was very much a case of kind of doing that there. So, I mean, the challenges in the early days, aside from people looking at you like you've 3 heads, going on, okay, what are you doing? Try and explain to me what you do. Was providing services. Now, there's 4 ways to get crypto in my experience. You can buy it, buy, sell, trade, exchange, ATMs, all these different things. For some people, that's a route in. The second one is gambling. So one of the first killer apps of Bitcoin specifically was provably fair gambling. And this was basically gambling. It's like dice games and things like that, where you can see what it works. Not really for me. You can mine it, and that involves burning out your Alienware laptop's GPU, doing about 1,500 worth of damage to it, buying an ASIC miner, dabbling with the risk of cloud mining, or you can earn it. So I know one of the questions in the last one there is, how'd you get in? For me, it was a case of, we went in, and we said, okay, people have this, we have an exchange account, we can turn this into cash very quickly on the other side, but we're happy to count this. So that's the route that we went in. Now, when we were setting up the company, obviously banking was a bit of an issue. At the time, the ATM providers that were there had lost their bank accounts, and there was all these different things. However, we were able to argue our case with an Irish bank. And they were saying, oh yeah, we see Bitcoin there. I was like, at the time, I said, well, firstly, you're hosting a blockchain incubator in one of your offices. That was more know your entity. And then the second thing is we said, look, we're not selling, we're not trading, we're not doing that sort of custody there. And we were able to argue a case that we're providing services to this sector. And in the end, they went, okay, fair enough, which is a big relief. Now, more recently, we were looking at like Revolut for Business. And they approached us, Hi Bitcoin marketing team, we have revenue for business, we'd love to have you on the platform. And then when we were going through the things, they said, oh yeah, but you've got Bitcoin in there. We're not going to give you a bank account. So we had to argue with them saying, you have Bitcoin on your platform, and they just added the ability to take it off, and I've tested it. So that's good. And the second thing is, you approached us. So again, we had to go through that argument just recently there as well. Because we want to get our payments and things like that in a very certain currency so it suits us. But that's the sort of restrictions that we have. So trying to get a bank account, you're doing it. Obviously a lot of credit cards, they have a lock that if they detect that you're using a credit card to top up an exchange account, they won't let you do it. It's probably worse in the US than it is or the UK than it is here in Ireland. So there's challenges there around really getting your banking set up. You have a Bitcoin wallet. We started off with Bitcoin Core, then we got Bitcoin Armory, but then blockchain got too heavy, so we switched to Trezors. And we still continue to use Trezors there to this day. Then, really the next thing was, once we kind of had that basic ability to receive money, our accounting packages. Sage. Hate it, but we have to do it. So we had to hack Sage and kind of reconfigure Sage in a certain way to make it work-ish in a Bitcoin sort of environment. Although there's platforms like Zero now that do a lot better. So yeah, obviously there's challenges around that in terms of receiving it. The VAT rules are very clear. If you're receiving Bitcoin, you just treat it as cash, you get the amount, you pay your tax on it. At the end of the year, you've got some issues in terms of if it goes up and goes down. It can suck if you're holding it, and the price tanks very soon after, and you have to pay tax based on the value it was, not the value it is. But say that that's called hodling. And then really accounting for it in terms of those fluctuations there. It could be very useful. There's been plenty of times that we got lots of very small transactions for small jobs in Bitcoin that effectively 6x'd in value by the time we had to actually come and stand it then as well. Now, once we were setting up the business and we kind of had the basics ready, we knew what we wanted to do. It's a strategy, research, advertising, teaching founders and tech companies how to do what they want to do, which is bring people to market and bring the products to market there as well. And really for us to stand out and set up our brand is very important. Now, being in this industry for as long as I have, I've seen so many people trash their reputations. Now, I'm assuming there's a few people in here who had loads of friends on LinkedIn back in the day when the ICO boom was going on. They were ICO experts. They knew crypto for 3 months, 6 months, and they were an expert. I've been in it for 9 years. I have met maybe 2 experts in the space in that entire time. No one is, because it's evolving so much. By the way, most of them are AI experts these days. So, now obviously when you're holding crypto, you kind of need to make a decision for what you want to do. We like to have some on our balance sheet, because we're a company. Obviously we need to use it in terms of some of our stuff. People might be paying us for advertising, and a lot of the crypto ad networks that we work with only work with crypto, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's USDC. At the moment, we had to switch because the Bitcoin blockchain is so congested, so we had to then flip that into USDT on Tron, and then fire it into a network to pay for it. So there can be some issues around that. And obviously storing it, private keys, all those sort of things there, it's very, very, very important to know. There's also some very good payment processing options that are out there. So we tried them all. You can have your wallet and just sit there and hold it. Lots of people do that. Lots of people get a lot of their income or a part of their income, and they put it aside. I've met so many people there who basically a third or some or half or most or all of their effectively pension is only held in crypto. And what they've done is they have done it their private seed, they've stored it, maybe with a secret key, and they put it out there and said, look, when I die, this is for the kids. When I die, this is what is going to be there for later on. It could be worth a house, it could be worth millions, it could be worth a coffee, it could be worth nothing. So having that kind of protection in place for your private keys is very important. There has been situations in the past where I had, say, a laptop bag stolen, which had a Trezor in it, and I had to then deal with the guards who traced it as far as Cameroon, but then not there. So I'm never going to get those funds back. But for the laptop, for the treasure that they had in it as well, I had to then use Electrum to then recover the key onto that, move the funds onto a new treasure, and then go in. So there's always workarounds for it there. But again, you don't have the private keys, you're stuck. Now, from what I've seen, the crypto industry works on like 1.5 to 2 year cycles. I started 2013, 2 months before Mancox went boom, price was around $80, went up, went down. There's always about a year of downturn, then it switches back up. Ethereum had come out, then the ICO boom kicked in, then there was a big crash after that. Then DeFi, NFTs, all the stuff that's going on at the moment came through, and then Ukraine and FTX and Terra Luna and all that killed the last one there as well. But for us, certainly as an agency, we're seeing the shoots of the crypto spring. You know, the amount of inquiries we get into our agency is a very good reflection of where the industry is right now. Like when it was in a downturn, much fewer inquiries were coming in, but they were from people who were saying, right, our competitors are being decimated. We want to get ready for when the turn happens. And then over the last maybe 2 months, things are going the other way in terms of people are getting confidence, the price is stabilized, and people are willing to, you know, basically grow existing companies, scale existing companies, launch new companies, and going from there as well. With this, it's really important to run a lean operation. Most of my competitor agencies have failed time and time and time again because during the good times, they brought on lots of staff, got stupidly fancy offices, started spending and freewheeling and all those things. But the first thing that gets cut in any downturn is marketing budget and pure budget. So whenever any of these downturns hit, they were left with maybe 20, 30, 40 staff, and every client had run away. And they collapsed under their own weight very quickly. We just knuckled down, kept it lean, cheap operation to run, and we just do what we need to do. It's also really important to, you know, when you're hiring people in this space, that they understand what crypto is. Now, we have implemented a test for any of our BMT job applicants as basically a bullshit test. So coders, when they're doing for a job, they're usually getting a coding test. For us, we get them to sign a message. The message might be, I know Bitcoin me, but then we say to them, sign this message and prove it so I can verify it. 80% of people fail that. But 20% who come through, whether or not they know how to do it straight away, whether they have to look it up, whether they can just do it themselves, it's a really, really, really good way to pick out somebody who's got basic Bitcoin skills in terms of like, I have a wallet, I've traded and done a few things, versus people who can get around the technology in terms of using wallets and using one of the core functions of Bitcoin, which is signing a message, to prove that you have something. Now, I've also used that mechanism in the past. Say we had a client that approached us and said, we want to hire you for a job worth 40, 50 grand. We're like, prove that you have the money. We're like, we have this Bitcoin address. You can look at it. It's just like, yeah, that can be anyone's Bitcoin address. Prove it's yours. We would give them a message saying, JB, I own this. And then give us the hash for that. And then we can go from there. And we can see, yes, that person indeed does control the private key of that wallet so that they can actually pay us for the services that we're doing. And then we can kind of proceed with confidence there as well. Another thing that's really important to realize is, I'm sure there's a few Game of Thrones fans in here, winter is always coming. It's just whether it's this year's, next year's, or the year after. Being prepared and understanding that this is an industry that works on severe crashes and ups and downs is really important. Now, for anyone trading and speculating or building up wealth in this space in here, it has been trending upwards and upwards and upwards. You know, if you're taking a long-term view on this industry, there was a 21 million supply. I'd easily say at least a third of that has been lost. You know, people don't know where it is. You know, Satoshi's a big chunk of it, he's not sitting on it, certainly not Craig. You know, so that's sitting around there, so that's off the market. You know, then there's all the people who had various different things, you know, whether or not you have a laptop, and you put it in the dump, and now you want to go to the British government and say, please, 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 please let me find my 100 million worth of Bitcoin that's sitting there. They go, no, I would have corroded now anyway at this point. So the actual supply of Bitcoin is way less than that 21 million. And it's because of people who've just daddled, forgotten it, threw out a laptop with it, spent 20,000 Bitcoin on a pizza, all these different things that are in there as well. It's been hived off, it's been seized, it's sitting on the dark web somewhere and it can't be moved because of all of the chain analysis tools that are there as well, so they can't sit on it. So the actual value of Bitcoin, or the supply of Bitcoin, is probably only about 2/3 of what the actual total will be. Now, in terms of the market where it is right now, it's a good time. You started off at the start of the year, you got into Bitcoin, you're nearly what, 80%, 70%, 90%, depends on the minute, in terms of where you are, but you are up. If you bought at the peak of last year, you're probably nursing a few things. You might be sitting there regretting it and say, oh, I bought at the peak. It's like me buying my apartment at 2008, but now it's breaking even again. That break even won't take 14 years. That break even will take 3-4 years. And if you're taking a long-term view, it could go up a lot more. Every single day, there's new applications of it. Like my brother sent me a text in that Bitcoin 2023 in Miami, with all the Robinhood crew that are sitting there getting drunk and doing that. They said it's a bit more toned down than it was last year, but there's so much enthusiasm in the sector here. This is an industry that has basically taken a side channel across every single sector that's there. It started with money, then they're like, okay, well, let's try and manufacture it. So it's been off this whole electronics scheme in terms of ASICs and data centers and mining, and they're going in from there. Then they've attacked gambling, and there's all these different things. You can get sports books, you can get all these different things for people who want to go down that route. For money remittances, Western Union is going to be trashed, and due course, because anyone who knows better wants to avoid using them. And I hear stories in the Philippines of, somebody, you have two options. You can get a Western Union money to somebody in whatever town, or you can send Bitcoin to a guy who's the guy in the area who will cycle up to you and give you the cash equivalent. And only take 2% instead of 10% there as well. So coming back to some of the African discussions from the last talk that I saw there as well. Even though Bitcoin is a really, really technological platform, people have found analog ways to be able to work within it. Whether it's receiving money, flipping it into something of value, and then giving that value in exchange. You have countries like, I have a mate from Dublin who's currently in Argentina, and he's going over for a wedding next week. And I said to him, I was like, bring some coins for the kids. He's just like, we don't use coins anymore. We barely use notes as well, because the inflation is 20% a month in there as well. So it's scary for him because he's used to Irish standards. When he got a job with Google, with their subsidiary in there, he was given a salary point that is now 40% of what it was when he started with. So salary value has gone down, his costs have gone up. So we're complaining here about 8 or 9% inflation. I'm feeling the pinch of like the odd electricity bill that's just ridiculous. It's just like, we don't have this. And one of the solutions for him is flip it into a stable coin. Because at least then he can maintain that, and then he can flip it back the other way when he's needed. So if you want to run a business in crypto, there's plenty of opportunities out there. Anyone can set up a business that accepts crypto. You can set up like a WooCommerce website, selling whatever it is that you do, whether it's services, personal services, art, skills, time, products, and just add in a payment processor, such as like Coinbase Commerce. And Coinbase Commerce isn't Coinbase. What it lets you do is it sits on your e-commerce system, and then as you receive a transaction, it tells WooCommerce that that transaction is confirmed, and then it sends it straight to your wallet there as well. So you have those options there. It's very, very, very easy to do it. I wouldn't use Revolut. Their fees are very ridiculous. It's not a full wallet. You can get it off, which is new, but you can't get it on, so it doesn't count. There's also a huge Like when I worked in video games when I started golf, there was 300 people working in the industry back in 2001 when the first research came out. That's now at about 12,000, 15, 20 years on. The crypto industry is booming here. Now, my agency is putting on a number of different events for industry only. We're seeing Irish company raises 20 million. International company comes in, looking for 50 staff, 100 staff, 20 staff, 16 staff, 4 staff. So if any of you are looking to get into this industry, there's a route. You don't have to be a developer. You don't have to be an accountant. You don't need to be a high-flying financier. You know, having that understanding of crypto is something that will really stand over itself. Again, coming back to video games, loads of people didn't have experience in making a video game, but they had a portfolio. They were able to show, I have an interest here. I can show you something. It might not have come through college, it might not have come through school. You know, I might not be academically inclined, but I get this, and I can understand this. And they're the diamonds in the rough that companies are looking for. Because these are people who can be molded into having a very, very, very strong understanding of this sector. And if you're working in crypto and you don't understand crypto, there's some roles for you, some back-end administration. But once you get into this industry, there's a very, very, very lucrative career path for you. Developer in Google, 120 grand. Developer with solidity experience in blockchain, working from home, being able to manage this, $150,000 to $250,000 a year. And most of that will be paid in crypto as well. So there are those sort of skills that are out there. It doesn't matter what skill you have, what academic experience you have, what academic experience you don't have. There is probably a role now, as this industry evolves, for you to be able to get in. You might have to take 3 or 4 steps back in terms of your career, in terms of where you are on the ladder, but getting that foot in the door the first time makes a big difference, because going forward, you don't know where you're going to be. You know, can you do it from Ireland? Yes. Do you have to be in Ireland? No. Do you want to be in Ireland? That's a different thing. And there's plenty of people who are doing very, very, very high-profile jobs from Clare, from Kilkenny, from Dublin, from Donegal. You know, you could be down in an island off the coast of Galway or off the coast of Kerry, and as long as you've got decent internet, and you've got electricity, a laptop, and your brain, you can work in this industry wherever it is that you work. So it is a challenge working in the space. You know, sometimes you can have very extended periods of time when there's a big downturn. Obviously, working in the marketing side of the space, budgets are always the first thing to get cut. And really being lean is really the important thing here. You know, you have to plan ahead. You know, the longest crypto winter that I've been through is this one that we're just coming out of right now. You know, there was a lot of different things that were compounding. You know, there was all the crypto stuff, then there was the Ukraine stuff, then there was the general economy, inflation, supply demand, and COVID, all these different things. You know, that is a perfect storm that has happened. However, usually they're more short and sharp. Maybe 4 months, maybe 6 months. But when they come out, what changes and what kind of sets crypto on the next trajectory is the newest application. So DeFi is something that really, really, really kind of helped accelerate. That was then in conjunction then with coming out of the last crypto winter before this. You know, DeFi said, right, we can use this blockchain to basically rewrite the whole financial system. It's still really complicated. I don't get half of it myself. You know, but I know plenty of people who've made a good living out of it, just from earning interest in flipping and yield farming and all these different things that are there. So if you understand that, there's opportunities at the start. Some people made NFTs. Personally, that fad passed when people sold this thing, and it's been on a big downturn since then, bar the occasional use. But now we're moving into a cycle where blockchain gaming is coming into it. Because blockchain gaming is a really, really, really interesting space. Because I'm a gamer, I've been playing since Commodore 64. The games are good, but getting better. So we're basically at crappy mobile game quality right now, by and large. But the way that they're using blockchain is really interesting. You know, you have a free-to-play game or an MMO, you are renting access to your account, and then Blizzard or whoever it is can choose to cut you off, say if you sell or trade your account to somebody else when you're finished with that. With Bitcoin, whoever else private keys is there. We've seen really good applications in terms of NFTs. Like an NFT can be used as a character in a video game. And then there's dynamic attributes there, so as you're building up experience and products in it and in-game acts and all these different things, that's being added dynamically to the NFT. So it's moved beyond it just being like a GIF, that you can use for Twitter or Facebook or whatever else that you want to use it for. There's a very, very, very strong application for it there as well. There's also issues from running a service. At the end of the life of the service, servers shut down, boom, it's gone. But blockchain enables gaming platforms going to live beyond that as well. Now there's also, we've also had an opportunity to kind of see forward and see where crypto is going to be 2 or 3 years from now from a trading point of view. Now with all the trust that's been lost because of FTX, because of these things in here, the next wave of people getting into crypto will want to have security. They want to know the details. You see, okay, I have to confirm where that transaction is coming from, what is my account, my names, all these different things. Like I'm old school crypto. When we started off, it's just like you just went on to Shapeshift and just threw Bitcoin at the wall, and then it bounced back as whatever it was, and we didn't ask for anything. And that's been progressively getting more and more and more locked down, which is fine. I don't have a problem sharing KYC details with people. I'm not dabbling on the dark web. I'm not doing anything that I would really have any major concern over being known when it comes to crypto, because that's what my business is. That's the space that we're in. My crypto that we earn as a business goes to pay VAT, PRSI, USC, and salaries, and expenses, rent, all these different things. So there's nothing there that really I'm too worried about. But, looking forward to the future, Bitcoin's going to get easier and more complicated at the same time. It'll be easier in terms of they'll finally get to grips with like a good wallet interface that you can send and receive and do all these different things. However, there's going to be a lot more information required in terms of on the person, on the transaction, every single one, who it's going to, where it's coming from as well, which will put old school OG Bitcoiners like you have at the back there off, because they don't want to share that information there as well. And that's again one of the reasons why Bitcoin is beautiful, because you can just hold it. You don't have to have it sitting on an exchange. You can use it as a value. There's now various different tools that you can use for using that as collateral to get access to cash without having to spend a Bitcoin. So there's tools like Nexo and various different platforms that are there, but again, you have to trust your Bitcoin onto the platform that's there. Now, that's my story. I wanted to keep it not 80 slides, because it'd just be way too hard to do with the PowerPoint for it as well. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I hope you found it an interesting story. I think it's probably a couple of minutes for questions. Or
kind of running a little bit over at the moment. We're going to take a break, a 10-minute break,
no, that's fine.
And then we're going to jump in.
Guys, can we get a round of applause for Jamie, please?
Yeah, Jamie. We're going to break for 10 minutes.
We have 2 short presentations. Yeah. And then the Lawrence panel. Whoa. So yeah, we give you 10 minutes. We're going to go do a grab a coffee, or 5 minutes. We'll get cracking, guys. Well done.
Hey, Dinny, why didn't you get an orange?
Impressive. An orange apple. Put an ankle brace on and electrocute them, like. Do you know what I mean? Get them down. Dinny.
What do you like? What do you like? When you're on the building site. The foreman manages all the people. Have a look at Web3. I can show you like the cheat codes that take 2 hours to the site. Have a look through the different types of jobs out there. It depends what you're doing. There's services, there's like admin, there's back-end management, there's product teams, there's research analysts, all these different things there as well. So I would just say, go there, spend a bit of time, look through all the different categories of work that's there, shortlist the ones that you're interested in. And then, it's one thing when you're preparing your CV, saying, here's my pre-crypto career, here's my transition, education, all this, here's my crypto portfolio in terms of not like, what you've done in crypto as well. I mean, you can get into a junior the junior job. That's just starting. And the thing is, as long as you're like, there's Irish companies that are here, but then you also have lots of freelance work. There's lots of people set up maybe using Upwork or freelance or anything. I've seen plenty of like, because they've learned how to juggle all the different things themselves, they're like writing research. Your parameters are great. You might go up and say, make this really well. No, I wouldn't get it to write something up from scratch. But if you've done something, you can then go in and say, well, make this. The analysis is but like if you know the trading side, then as a trader, you start all sorts of different options. And start, does it mean like stepping back to yes. The thing is, besides that, you've got 2 or 3 years experience. And then, once you get 3 or 4 years, you're because like you get in, you get your experience, and it's like super intensive. More and more of those 6 weeks when you go. So it's the intensity of the work. So Web3, have a look through it. Just see what sort of jobs are there. And if you can shortlist the ones that are kind of like, I like to do this, or I like to do this. And the main things are just like crypto. Here's what we're doing. Here's the kind of experience I've got with the space. I have a good understanding of this. For hiring, you've got as good a shot as anyone else. Do you mind if we go over and get my glass of water? Yeah, or keep chatting.
The last 2 years for I feel like sitting and going on my own. I like electrician, an operations manager for an electrician.
And what was in operation?
Yeah, like the project management, yeah, data centers, so the
every project is project.
Yeah,
Get people to
the truth.
What I would make sure that they're doing the job. It sounds like it was finished.
The technical side of it,
Not for project management. No, you're managing a load of things. Well, it's more, you have a deadline, and you're every company needs a project manager. You don't have to talk to them. No one does. But if you're good at people, you can manage crypto people. You can basically know what they're doing in terms of stuff. You can make jumping on things to get more scope. That's it. There's all these sort of jobs that the crypto people are there. They just need old school management skills. Keep contract getting to them. Right. So again, what I say for the West League career, have a look at what sort of project management. It's more like being familiar with these are the tools that you can use to manage people. So I mean, like, project management is wide range of whether or not it's managing.
So have you been live streaming the whole day?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Do you know what your numbers are? So how many people?
I don't know.
That info?
I think it only reviews it at the end. One's on YouTube, one's on Facebook. I think it gives you all the unique views at the end. Like.
And are people commenting?
Yeah, there's comments on that one now, but I'm afraid to touch on it. It'll be interesting to see now the unique viewers at the end.
Be interesting to know.
It'll be interesting to see about the unique viewers and that at the end, like.
Yeah. You didn't stream it last year.
Remember, I wasn't at the one last year. I was away. I don't think you did, no.
Loads of companies make money. Just use like project, program manager, project manager. Those sort of roles. Managing. Doesn't matter. So set up the job board, see what's there, see what's involved in the role. It's managing technical. And think of like not having that technical side, explaining things. A lot of it is a test, you know? When they're talking to you. You
Okay, hello there. Okay, so for our next talk, we're going to have Chris Gordon. He's actually coming over from the UK. He's going to talk about, he's the founder, one of the founders of Bridge to Bitcoin. He's going to show how businesses in Ireland can accept Bitcoin payments. They're onboarding a lot of businesses in the UK on how to take Bitcoin, how to proceed in, how to take it out from themselves, and how their directors can take it from themselves then. So Chris, thanks for coming over. Take it away.
Thank you, Lawrence. Thank you everyone, thank you for that warm round of applause. Just going to start off by saying thank you to Dinny and Lawrence for putting on this conference. I've been to a few conferences. There's little financial reward in putting on events like this. In fact, they're normally loss makers, and they take up a lot of time and energy. So thank you, Dinny, thank you, Lawrence, and to all the backroom staff that made it happen, and also to these other fantastic speakers. I'm going to take it down a level or two. Mine is definitely not as high level as some of the talks we've heard today. So yeah, thanks to the other speakers today. So round of applause to Dinny and Lawrence. Thank you very much, guys. So a little introduction about myself. My name is Christopher Gordon. I am class of 2017. I took a horseshoe journey through Bitcoin, as I think we've heard some of the other speakers have. As in, I heard about Bitcoin in 2017. I thought, that's really interesting. I really like that. Those fundamentals are excellent. But you can't buy coffee with it. It's not really practical. It's a great store of value. Yes, it's really good for transferring value across the globe. But as an everyday currency, not so good. Oh, what's that? Some shiny other currencies over here. And I got distracted for a little while. I made some money. I lost a lot of money. And I came back to my senses and realized that the fundamentals of Bitcoin is where it is. So, like many of us, I think 99% of the people who are in Bitcoin took that horseshoe journey. I'm no different. I think I can count on one hand the purists, as I call them, who haven't touched anything else. As Lawrence said, I'm co-founder of Bridge to Bitcoin, which came about early last year. I'm also co-founder of a business called Laserized Cards. For those who don't know what Laserized Cards does, they are a premium bulk card maker. Bulk card is the industry standard for a Bitcoin contactless debit card. But ours are premium because we have eyes that light up like lasers on them. And I'm also the founder and run a meetup group down in the south of England called Bitcoin Surrey. Outside of the Bitcoin space, I do a little bit of business angel investing. The one I talk about publicly is a business called The Wave down in Bristol, which is an inland surf destination. I'm one of the founding investors of that. Fantastic facility. We hope to open some more facilities across the UK shortly. I've also worked on the other side of the spectrum. I've worked for the NHS. When I left the NHS, I was helping roll out a national programme. So that was an interesting dichotomy, working in the private sector, trying to raise millions of pounds for this huge capex business called The Wave, and on the other hand, spending millions of pounds, hundreds of millions of pounds of taxpayers' money through the NHS, maybe in an inefficient way. I'll leave that with you. But I'm here today to wear my Bridge to Bitcoin hat and talk about businesses accepting Bitcoin payment. So I've just put together a little agenda because I do have a bit of reputation for rambling on and not sticking to the subject matter. So we're going to start off with a little bit of an overview, talking about the relevant Bitcoin developments that made accepting Bitcoin a viable option. I'm going to apologise now. I know there are a couple of beginners in the audience and a range of other levels, all the way up to expertise. So bear with me whilst I try and get everyone up to speed. Maybe it'll be a good refresher for some of us who are a bit further down the road. I'm also going to go over the why and how for merchants, as in why, if you're a business owner or a business operator, you may want to consider accepting Bitcoin payments and how that works. Not everyone in the audience, I'm sure, is a business owner or business operator. So I'll also talk about the whys and hows as a consumer, as a Bitcoiner, why it might be important for you to partake in it and how you can partake in it. And then hopefully, if I don't digress too much, I know we're running behind schedule, we'll have some Q&As. If we don't have time, I'm staying here tonight at the hotel. I'll be around all night, so do grab me if you do have any questions that I don't answer later on. But you may be asking, who or what is Bridge to Bitcoin? I started talking about it earlier. So Bridge to Bitcoin was founded early last year by myself and my two co-founders, James and Simon. James comes from a background of traditional finance. He was 20 years in TradFi. He's an accountant. And he's also the only person I know who has a master's in Bitcoin. So I quite like the dichotomy of that. It's got Fiat qualification in Bitcoin, as I put it. Simon is our technical lead. He's held many technical roles and still works for national and multinational businesses over in the UK. He's also our meetup lead. Meetups and the Bitcoin community is one of the cornerstones of Bridge to Bitcoin success. Being connected to the Bitcoin community is critical with what we do. He also manages Bitcoin events, which is a central hub for meetups and for the Bitcoin communities, helping those who are thinking of starting a meetup. So we've now got in Ireland recently Limerick. We've got the Limerick crowd in here. Bitcoin Dublin. Yes, yeah. In the background. So Simon helps with that, so anyone who wants to start up a meetup, Simon is very hands-on on making sure we get our communities up and running. And at the bottom there you also see we've got a UK network of volunteers. Note volunteers, not employees. There's a little photo of some of the team. That's some of their proof of work. This is myself and some of them at the Excel Centre in London a couple of months ago. We were at a national trade show exhibiting at the hotel, restaurant and catering trade show, talking to business owners and business operators. We came away from that trade show with over 100 hot leads, and we're steadily working our way through them. We've seen a few conversions, so visitors are coming on board as we speak. What do? We onboard businesses for free. That's essentially what the team were doing, hence volunteers, not employees. So it's a terrible business model. I wouldn't recommend it to anyone. But importantly, because our services are free, it removes friction from hopefully people signing up. We've heard that word a lot. I'm going to mention it during my talk as well. And talking about friction, that's a nice segue to the next bit. I'm going to just do a brief tech overview, looking specifically at how accepting Bitcoin payments has become a viable proposition. So again, apologies for teaching some of those how to suck eggs. This slide, I've actually stolen from Jack Manners. He presented this slide at the MicroStrategy event a couple of weeks ago. And essentially, it's a list of common complaints about Bitcoin. Let's just run through them. Volatility, we've heard that a lot today. Yes, it could be thought of as volatile, that puts people off. Slow. Settlement times are from 10 minutes upwards on Bitcoin. Not so great if you want to buy coffee. We're paying Bitcoin on the base chain. By the time that transaction's gone through, my coffee's probably cold. And it's also expensive. Network fees are unpredictable. At the moment, I probably pay more in fees than I would for my coffee if I paid for coffee in Bitcoin at the moment. Scott, they're not scalable. Bitcoin can only handle 7 transactions per second. That's piss poor. That's really bad. Triggers tactical events, accounting complexity, regulatory risks, HODL. Why would someone spend an appreciating asset, Jack has written there? It's not looking good, is it? Okay, so how do we get around these gripes? Let's have a look at Bitcoin. Well, those gripes do hold a lot of weight, but in 2015, something came about, a white paper was written, some of you might recognize this symbol. The Lightning Network white paper was written. For those who are new to Bitcoin and the Lightning Network, Lightning is a network that's built on top of Bitcoin, on top of the base layer. So you could call Bitcoin layer 1. The Lightning Network is layer 2. And to help understand how that works, I've put up this nice simple analogy. You could say the Lightning Network is to Bitcoin like Visa is to Euro or MasterCard. So essentially the Lightning Network could be considered as just a payment rail. You use the Lightning Network to move Bitcoin. And what's so good about it is that it frees things up. The Lightning Network has been developed and improved, and actually, when did we have? We had the Lightning Torch in 2019, for those who've been around for that long. And last year, the network really sort of stabilized and came into its own, which made our proposition of onboarding merchants a viable proposition. These are some of the benefits of the Lightning Network. The transaction fees. Transaction fees can be from 0 to fractions of a penny. That's margins of huge marginal gains on what we were just talking about. That's also much better than Visa and MasterCard. Typically, we often see between 1% and 3% transaction fees with traditional fiat rails. Near instant and final settlement is another property that the Lightning Network brings to the game. Near instant, I say near instant because it might take a couple of seconds. And interestingly, final settlement. Let's compare that with the traditional fiat payment rails. Final settlement doesn't normally happen for 2 or 3 days. You can pay for it to be quicker, but that costs. Sometimes, if as a merchant you accept payment on a traditional payment rail, and let's say it's a bank holiday, a long bank holiday, let's say you take payment on a Thursday evening, but it's a bank holiday Friday followed by a bank holiday Monday, that final settlement doesn't land in your account on a traditional payment rail. Maybe Wednesday or Thursday the following week. You could wait almost a week on a long bank holiday weekend. With the Lightning Network and Bitcoin, it is instant and final settlement. That money is yours straight away. And because it's final, there's also no chargeback. So there's no fraud. How ironic. We often hear this a lot, don't we? Bitcoin's for criminals. It's very binary, Bitcoin. It's either accepted by the network or it's rejected. So instant, near instant and final settlements with no chargeback. I love it. If you haven't used the Lightning Network before, I suggest, or what I might ask of you today, is download a Lightning wallet onto your phone. Wallet of Satoshi is normally the one that I recommend for beginners. And there are lots of other layers being built as well. So we heard mentioned, I think on the last talk, there's also Nostr being built. Big fan of Nostr. I think there are big things happening for Nostr, so people often consider Nostr a layer 3 network. So when we talk about Bitcoin, Bitcoin has been mentioned as the base layer. The developments that are happening on top of Bitcoin is what makes it really interesting as well. So for those who haven't downloaded a wallet station, don't have a Lightning wallet, there are a couple of QR codes. Please do snap that QR code. I'll leave that up for a couple of seconds. And do download a wallet. And Con is going to give away some sats, he said earlier this morning. Let's not forget that. I was going to offer to do that, but Con, you beat me to it. So do snap that QR code down. I see a few phones going up, that's great. Download that wallet Satoshi. Come and get some free sats off Con later. Don't worry, I'll give some out as well. Because I think it's an important part of your Bitcoin education to see Bitcoin being moved on the Lightning Network. And it's interesting to see how many phones are going up. That's really positive for me that today, tonight, you will be moving Bitcoin on the Lightning Network. So don't do anything with that app. Just keep that as it is and listen to me. So as I say, many technologies are being built on layer 1, on the base chain like Nostr. This is really exciting for me. Loads of improvements being made, loads of developments, orders of magnitude better. So I've stolen another slide. This slide is from the team over at Blockstream. This is a transactions per second visual. Now on an earlier slide, Jack's slide actually, he talked about how on the base chain we're looking at 7 transactions per second. Ethereum 15, PayPal 193, Visa 24,000 transactions per second. It blows Bitcoin out of the water with that stat. Solana 65,000 TPS. Lightning 40 million transactions per second. So yeah, maybe Bitcoin is slow, but we've got the Lightning Network. So what are we doing here? We've heard this word mentioned a few times. We're removing friction from a system. We've got this fantastic thing, Bitcoin, this peer-to-peer digital currency that removes middlemen, removes rent seekers. We can now move value, or money, or energy, or trade, call it what you like, but I'm going to call it value. We can now move value across the globe at speeds that are order of magnitudes greater than we've ever seen. And just a little reminder, earlier I talked about costing fractions of a penny, near instant and final settlement. This moves the bar for the banking and financial sectors. On the last talk, there was mention of the remittance industry. This completely changes the remittance industry. I won't go over what was talked about earlier, but essentially, we can now send money abroad and not have to use Western Union far quicker, far cheaper, and directly without having to have a middleman. As a real-world example, a personal example, I've been sent checks from the US, and I've had to bank those checks. Let's not go why they didn't wire transfer them to me, but I was being sent checks over. I was depositing these checks at a major bank in the UK. that I have an account with. They were charging me £60 every time I did that for the privilege of depositing a cheque. It would then take 6 weeks for that cheque to clear. We're talking about two major global banks, two of the biggest global banks, taking 6 weeks to transfer money between each other. On one occasion, the cheque bounced. So I checked the American account online, the funds were in there. So I went to the UK bank and I said, what's going on? Why did it bounce? And they checked their system and said, oh, the issuing bank rejected it. Hold on. The issuing bank, the bank who are holding the funds, didn't clear their own cheque. Yes, sir, I'm really sorry. What do you think I should do? We think it maybe got red flagged because the cheque was too large. Maybe break down the cheque into smaller chunks and then they will go through. So you're going to take £60 now for every cheque. If I'm going to break that down and say 4 cheques, you're going to take £240 off me instead. Yes, sir, I think that's probably best. It's all right, because we've got Bitcoin in the Lightning Network now. Order of magnitude better, that's all I'm saying. Right, where was I? I've gone on a rant, it's what happens, I digress. So yeah, this is exciting because order of magnitude better. For me, revolutions happen when major developments happen when large amount of friction is removed from systems. If we look, let's go back in history a little bit. Let's go back to 1436, the printing press. That was the age of the printing revolution. It sped up the flow of information. Let's come forwards a little bit. Let's move forwards to 1760, the period between 1760 and 1840. That was the Industrial Revolution. That sped up manufacturing. We started to use machines to manufacture things. Again, order of magnitude better. I think what we're looking at here is order of magnitude better to the systems that we currently use at the moment. I wonder what society would call this era that we're living in, this period that we're living in. Maybe we'll call it the financial revolution. They will call it the financial revolution. Maybe they'll call it the digital revolution, but I think we're on the cusp of something very special. Anyway, I'm digressing what's right. Back to what I'm supposed to be talking about. So that was a brief overview of tech and development that made accepting Bitcoin a viable proposition. So we're not talking about for merchants accepting Bitcoin on the main chain. It's fine for larger transactions. So if you're buying a car for, let's say, 10,000 euros, you probably don't need that amount of money to clear in 10 minutes, because you have paperwork to do anyway. But for merchants like coffee shops, pubs and so on, the Lightning Network is fantastic. So it is now a viable proposition. But let's move on to look at our strategy at Bridge to Bitcoin, which leads on to the hows and whys that I listed earlier in the agenda. So what do at Bridge to Bitcoin? Well, most people would say that we enable businesses to accept Bitcoin payments. I suppose, yeah, that's true. But surprisingly, what we don't do is orange pill business owners. This is key. Instead, our starting point is in a different place, or maybe a very different place to where others expect. With my business angel investing hat on, all businesses have a common pain point. Now, a little bit of audience participation here. What do you think that common pain point might be for every business that exists? Give some shout outs. What's that? Footfall, like that. What's the other one? HMRC. Yeah, that's true. Footfall, I like that. We're going to move on a little.
Adoption, people starting to do it.
Adoption, yeah. Anything else?
Getting paid on time. Getting paid on time.
Getting paid on time. I would have shortened that down and just say...
Getting paid. Chargebacks.
Revenue. The whole reason we set up businesses is for revenue, so that we can make a better lives for ourselves, make a better life for our families. We all have that common pain point. Every business needs revenue, unless you're Bridge to Bitcoin, because we do everything for free, but anyway. So our first question to business owners is essentially, would you like additional footfall and revenue? If you're a normal business owner or business operator, you say yes, of course. If they say no, we tend to walk away from those people because they probably haven't got a good business model. So most business owners say, yes please, I'd like some more revenue. And they normally ask how. And we say, well, I'll skip a bit. And we say, well, we've got a customer base who will choose your business over others if you accept their currency. That currency is Bitcoin. And at that point, they normally go, well, I'm not interested in Bitcoin, thanks. That's terrible. No. And we say, don't worry. If you're not interested in Bitcoin, that's fine. Because there are software solutions. I talked about earlier about layer 2s and layer 3s. There are software solutions that convert your Bitcoin into your local currency at point of sale. So what does that look like? Well, Bitcoin doesn't have to touch your books or your balance sheet if you don't want it to. Because what can happen is, so this is an option that any business can adopt, you continue to invoice in your local currency. So let's say I have a pub here in Dublin. At my pub, I can still charge 10 euros for 2 pints of Guinness to anyone. But a Bitcoiner comes in, they go, oh, 10 euros, oh, that's paying Bitcoin, please. You go, not a problem. The Bitcoiner pays in Bitcoin, but the software immediately converts that Bitcoin into 10 euros. So you invoice in 10 euros, you get 10 euros, but the owner gets the benefit of Bitcoin and the Lightning Network. You don't have to use the digital payment rail. Now I can feel some maxis, hairs prickling on their backs going, that's not proper. And they're just flipping it into dirty fiat. How dare you? Now for me, I don't mind that. Because what happens is, or what's happening is, that business owner is adding to the liquidity of the Bitcoin network and the Lightning Network. They're also enabling us to move closer to living on a Bitcoin circular economy. And it also gives business owners exposure to Bitcoin in a non-threatening way. They are now getting Bitcoiners coming into their pub or restaurant or hotel, whatever it may be, coming and spending their Bitcoin. Remember, these business owners don't have to be Bitcoiners for this option to flip it into the local currency. They're getting these customers, these Bitcoiners come in. These Bitcoiners are the best customers you've ever seen. They are your most enthusiastic customers you have ever seen in your life. Most of you here in this room are Bitcoiners. And what happens is, when a business starts accepting Bitcoin, Bitcoiners will cross county boundaries to go and have a pint of beer at that establishment. They will drive for an hour to have a tea and cake. And then they will thank the business owner profusely. They will want a selfie and they will post it on social media. And it looks a little something like this. Let's see, I don't know if the audio will be working. Let's see if it works. So these are real life, these are real clips that I've taken off social media. So as I say, they are your happiest customers. And what happens is, these business owners do some research, or they ask those customers, because these psychopaths turn up at their pub, and in these economic times they travel an hour, 2 hours just to have a pint of beer. Who are these crazy people? They must be loaded, or they're doing something right. So they either ask those Bitcoiners, what's the deal? And they learn in their own time naturally about Bitcoin, or those business owners will go and do some research in their own time. So we don't orange pill business owners. This is a much more interesting way of introducing Bitcoin to society. And what I'll do is I'm going to give you, I'll go backwards a little bit, I'll give you a real life example actually. James, one of my co-founders, he onboarded a pub that was local to him. This pub owner had no interest in Bitcoin. He was one of those, no, like, more money, yes please. I'm up for some more money. And James said, yeah, that's fine, because you're all providing us a place to go and spend our Bitcoin, adding to liquidity and so on. So the business owner's like, fine, okay, yeah. So James set him up at his first pub. He had a chain of 2 pubs. Set him up at his first pub. Business owner's like, yeah, so you're definitely flipping it to pound sterling. Yeah, continue invoicing as you are, £10 for 2 pints. You'll get £10 minus transaction fees. 2 weeks later, I met up with James and we went to his other pub to go through the same process at his other pub. It's a pub called the Georgian Devonshire in Chiswick in West London. We were setting up a point of sale terminal for him, and we were making sure that all the backroom stuff was all okay and set up for him. And completely unprovoked, he came up to us. Bear in mind, 2 weeks ago he said, I'm not interested in Bitcoin. Don't want to touch it. Came up to us completely unprovoked and went, James, Chris, tail between my legs, at this pub, can I keep the Bitcoin? Yeah, that's really easy. There's a switch on the dashboard. Done. Thanks. We did nothing. The community just brought Bitcoin to him. This business owner learnt in his own way about Bitcoin. We didn't shove it down his throats. As Bitcoiners, we have a tendency to try and shove orange pills down people's throats. I think we forget, don't we, how long it took us to fall down that rabbit hole. So we meet friends or people, and then inside, we get really angry, don't we? We go, why don't they get it? It's really obvious. And we forget that actually it might have taken us months to fall down that rabbit hole. But this is a much more powerful way, I think, of introducing Bitcoin to society. Let's look at the mechanics of how we do this then. Because that's the why. Why should merchants do it if you're a business owner? Because you get additional revenue, essentially. How do we do it? Well, there's a plethora of technical solutions in the market. And what we do is we stay abreast of them. This is a selection of them. And the technological development, I think, is fantastic. We can barely keep a pace with it. But it's really good because it's really good, healthy competition. I'll put up in there, is that right for you, John? Is that right? Thank you for sponsoring this conference. We had a meeting with John about Zap Right, and I actually really like his product, and it's going in our basket as well. So just a little infomercial. There's no KYC to sign up with Zap Right. You just need an email address. With the Zap Right product, with the Zap Right package, they accept Bitcoin, Lightning, and also credit card payments within their package. It looks really good. So we're going to have a really good look at that. We're hoping to onboard some businesses ourselves with it to run it through the mill. But yeah, these are some of the solutions that we have in our basket. So what we do is we sit down with the business owners. We normally have, say, an hour-long Zoom call with a business owner or the board, and we talk about how their business is structured, whether they have multiple sites, how many employees they have, how many employees are payment receiving employees, whether they're a limited company, sole trader, or so on. All of these variables will point us towards a solution that might be most appropriate for them. And when we come to that conclusion, we signpost that to that best solution, and then we handhold them through the setup process. And then if needs be, we'll physically go to their site to make sure they're set up with a point of sale device. And the interesting bit, of course, is the ones that flip into local currency. So at the moment, that's the likes of Coin Corner, IBEX if you're in the Americas, Swiss Bitcoin Pay are very good, or Zaprite. So the door is now open to all businesses to accept Bitcoin because it is flipping into local currency. So this is one of our flyers. This is what we do. We enable UK businesses to accept Bitcoin payments. The important bit is we increase revenue from an untapped customer base. Remember, our services are free, so there's only upside. Or put it another way, your ROI on that additional revenue is infinite. Little side note, we're not trying to convert the other customers into paying Bitcoin. So your normal customers will continue to pay as normal. So what we put in place runs in parallel. So this is really important. We're not trying to change your current system that is in place, but over time, it's been talked about earlier, the transition to Bitcoin will be a gradual transition. It's not going to be a light switch. So this will run in parallel. And importantly, there's also no capital outlay, so we don't charge for our services. You can, if you want, use a point of sale device. A lot of businesses have a spare one knocking around. That's really surprised me. But these point of sale devices are actually just Android phones with a printer on the end. So nearly all of us have a spare smartphone. So what businesses can do is you can just use a smartphone. Some business owners go, oh, but my customers won't like that, won't look very professional. But these customers are Bitcoiners. They don't care what they pay on. They just love the fact you're paying on Bitcoin, so they're quite happy to pay on the phone. So potentially there's no capital outlay for you as well. And another side note, processing fees or transaction fees. So depending on the solution that is best for the client or the business, depends on how much that transaction fee could be. So, or the processing fee. So with the likes of Coin Corner, it's 1%, which is at the top end, but it goes all the way down to 0. So this is essentially free money for nothing. Right, where was I? So just to give you some real-world examples, here are some testimonials from some of the businesses that we've been involved with. I'll read the highlighted bits out of the whole thing. Sam from a cafe and houseplant shop says, a whole new stream of revenue and customers, valuable. A hotel, attracting tourist visitors, also attracted local guests, quick and easy. George and Deborah's pub that I mentioned earlier, it's given us access to a previously untapped market. And lastly, from a restaurant in South London, we'd advise many other businesses to also do this. What you could also do is you downloaded Wallet Satoshi. If we've got any business owners here who are interested in signing up today or tonight, you can download Swiss Bitcoin Pay. They purport it to take just a minute to sign up. So you go on the website, all you need is an email address, put in a password, you choose a password, and depending on what you want to do with the funds, if you want to keep it Bitcoin, you just need to supply a on-chain address or a lightning address that you want the funds transferred to, or if you want to flip it, you just provide your IBAN bank details. What I would ask is if you do sign up, please use our referral code. Just for transparency, we do get a referral fee, however it is minimal. Last month, our referral fee amounted to the sum of 3 pence. What it does do, however, is you use that referral fee, it gives us a gauge on how successful we're being. And we also can work out where and who are using our suggestions. So those are the hows and whys. Businesses, I think, should accept Bitcoin payments. We're coming towards the end, so I'm just going to quickly rattle through the whys and hows for consumers on Bitcoin, why or what you can do as well. So what I would say, community is key. I mentioned that earlier on. Head to your local meetups, meet other Bitcoiners. If you don't have a local meetup, start one. Get in contact with us. Simon will help you start up a local meetup. I say that meetups, meeting other Bitcoiners, is good for 2 reasons. It's good for merchant adoption, because those numbers, those stats, we can take to potential business owners and we can go, there are 60 Bitcoiners in Limerick. If you start accepting Bitcoin, we can tell all of them to go and buy beef. If you're a butcher, you can go and buy your beef from Jimmy, the butcher's, because he accepts Bitcoin, and they will, because Bitcoin customers are psychopaths, aren't we? You go, yeah, you accept Bitcoin, yeah. I'm not hungry, but I'll go buy some. Good for 2 reasons. Good for merchant adoption, but it's also good for the soul. Meeting other Bitcoiners is really important, because it can be quite a lonely journey, can't it? Especially when we first start out, and all your family and friends go, "You're mad, you're mental, what's wrong with you?" So it's really good for the soul. Good for merchant adoption, good for the soul. Support Bitcoin accepting businesses. So by that I mean, use them. Spend and replace your sats. So we're moving away, hopefully, from this hodl, like Scrooge mentality, towards hopefully spending and replace. Let's remember the title of the Bitcoin white paper, a digital peer-to-peer cash. Use your CGT allowance. So I'm not a tax expert, I'm not an accountant, I can't give tax advice. But my understanding is you guys here in Ireland have a tax allowance of about 1,200 euros, slightly different in the UK numbers. Most people I know don't use their CGT allowance. Use that to your advantage. As the price of Bitcoin goes up, if you're not using that to your advantage, at some point you might have to pay a larger CGT bill. So spend and replace. Use your CGT allowance to do that. If you have the option of spending Bitcoin or fiat, well, let me put it this way. Sometimes Bitcoiners say to me, "Oh, but I don't want to spend it." You're going to spend that amount of value anyway. Let's say you're going to a restaurant because you've taken your partner out because you spent so much time in the Bitcoin space, you feel bad. So, "Oh, I'm taking you out for dinner." You're going to a restaurant, and this restaurant accepts Bitcoin. Let's say the meal costs you 100 euros. Maybe in your head you've got this mental dilemma. I don't want to spend my Bitcoin, I'm supposed to hodl it. Spend and replace. You're going to spend that value anyway. That amount of value, that 100 euros, is going to leave you anyway. Don't perpetuate the use of fiat. Encourage the use of Bitcoin. Spend your £100 or 100 euros worth of Bitcoin and then top it immediately up. Otherwise you're just shitcoining. I got a chuckle. Sometimes I don't get a chuckle out there. And lastly, whenever you go to the shops, ask, do you accept Bitcoin? Now the likelihood is, most of the time, you'll get a funny look, or they'll just go no, or they'll just look at you and not even answer. But what it does is it sows the seed. It normalizes it. This is another tagline. Normalize, don't evangelize. We can be extremely cultish, I feel sometimes, in the Bitcoin space, because we're so passionate. We come across as psychopaths, don't we? As I said earlier, we forget how long it took us to fall down the rabbit hole. But to bear in mind that although we love Bitcoin, and we can see the positive effects it has, some people will just use Bitcoin because of its immediate utility. It's fixing a pain point. They won't care for the philosophical stuff that it does for society. That's fine. Not everyone's going to come on board like us. But let's see what we can do to normalise and not evangelise it. For me, I'd like to see a Bitcoin accepted here sticker on every high street and in every shop, and eventually integrated into everyday life in a naturally ubiquitous way. But we're not even thinking about it. For me, that's when we've won. When we don't have Bitcoin conferences, ironically. When there are no Bitcoin meetups, because it just is. When my kids go, you met and talked about Bitcoin. That's like meeting and talking about breathing, Dad. That's what I want. I want Bitcoin to be completely integrated into society. I talked earlier about the title of the white paper. Remember, it's a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. There's obviously lots of many other things as well, as we know. But let's use it at that and see what comes of it. I've run over my time, unsurprisingly. There are some of my contact details. Do get in contact if you have any questions. That's our website address, our email address. Won't necessarily be me that picks up the emails, any member of the team can. Follow us on Twitter, our DMs are also open if you want to send us a message from Twitter, one of the team will pick that up as well. Thank you very much for listening. Do we have time for questions?
Yeah, we'll take a few questions. If you want to ask any
We'll take
questions.
one,
there.
Lawrence, we're way behind. We're not
Dinny
in the bar,
minutes,
we're not in the bar
boys.
all night.
It's only me.
Next. Two more.
Two questions. Sorry. Can you get a laser eyes card in Ireland?
Yes, so we ship the laser eyes globally. Both companies are a Bitcoin only company. I brought some samples with me as well so you can test them. So yeah, we sell them for sats.
Good. What's the difference between spending Bitcoin through the Lightning wallet, like the Satoshi wallet, and then using the laser eyes card?
It's the same thing essentially, spending Bitcoin on the Lightning network. So with the laser eyes cards, you set them up as you want. So essentially they're blank cards, and there are instructions on the website with regards to how you can set them up. So you can set them up with a custodial service, like connecting to Coin Corner, or we like it if you become completely self-sovereign and self-custodial. But there are various levels in between. So you can connect it to your own node, your own wallet, and so on. So it's all on the website. I can run through it with you a bit later on if you like. Cool. Any more questions, or you want to shoot it down?
First of all, great to see somebody say spend Bitcoin. I can love it, man. This is more technical. How do you deal with when you're putting in a POS in terms of accounts integration, stock integration, which would typically feed through existing POS?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, what we do at the moment, what we suggest is we run a system in parallel. So what I often say to business owners is, you treat it like you would treat cash. So effectively it's a cash payment. So normally on an EPOS system, you would have a cash button, and then the EPOS system. Say again?
It's a double ring, you cash payments and then...
Yeah. So at the moment there aren't integrated solutions, but I know Zach Wright are working on that, and others are working on it. So hopefully we'll have more integrated solutions at the moment, but it's just like accepting cash at the moment.
One more? Is there one more over there? On your side, Dinny?
You're afraid to ask on my side.
One more here. Simon.
I mean, just anecdotally, with my business, Fruit Branch Coffee, we've had a really poor take-up from the Bitcoin community. I host the Northern Ireland Bitcoin Meet, and on a really good night we get 50 people there, and on a really bad night during the bear market we get 4 people there. But they just want to hodl, so the spend and replace thing doesn't happen. So for me, my experience of what's taking place is a really slow pickup in terms of people actually. I know Danny at Coin Corner, they're seeing the same metrics with their stuff. But the education piece is massive. We don't take cash. So we're a small team. The bank's miles away. It's a faff having float. It's another security issue. But people from the media are getting this whole thing, and the fight against CBDCs is to just only support places that take cash. So we're very clear that when you walk in, it's like we accept Bitcoin, and so that's an interesting talking piece because people often go, "Well, you don't pay cash. Why do you don't pay cash for coffee?" And we said, well, we take Bitcoin. So for the baristas that are now really dialed in because their pensions are being paid with Bitcoin, they can just wax lyrical about it. So, I mean, from an education point of view, that's great.
Yeah, fantastic. So what I forgot to mention is part of, when we tap into community, we also let them know through social media. So once a barista, let's say, starts accepting coffee or a roastery, we put it out on Twitter, on Instagram, and then we jump on the Telegram groups and go, right, that roastery is accepting. Next meetup, so often we say your next meetup needs to be at that roastery. You need to support this business and get them off zero. And once you're in there, then the community know, then the Bitcoin community know, and they can go, they accept Bitcoin. It's a mind thing. We can put it on a list, but we actually need to physically get them there and go, right, let's have an event, just a meetup, just meet up for some coffees. Once people have been through that process and go, oh yeah, I've spent it. Yeah, it's now lodged in their brain. But yeah, the spend and replace is a new philosophy, if you like, that we're trying to push through. Because hodling is just Scrooging, isn't it? It's not working, isn't it? We're not doing anything with it. Spending replace is actually making use of Bitcoin. So it's a philosophy that we're working on, and we hope that's coming through. And it's certainly a new thing over in the UK, and hopefully you'll see that as well. But we'll push that out for you. I'll grab your details later, Simon, and we'll do a social media splurge and see what we can do. What I didn't mention is we also get international visitors to businesses that accept Bitcoin payments.
That's predominantly who we get.
Okay, yeah. So we got you. Yeah, so we put you on the map. But yeah, we need to get the locals down there. So let's organise a meet up there. I'll fly over. Right. Cheers, Denny. Thank you very much. Thanks for listening, everyone.
This is a 10-minute one, I hear. We're doing well, guys. Well done. That laptop there. Still one.
Okay, I think everybody has already met myself, and you've already met Con. Connor, just give yourself a very quick introduction.
Yeah, so I'm Connor, I'm a Bitcoiner. I don't know when I'm a Bitcoiner since maybe 2011 is when I started looking at it, but 2011 I was that guy that was in it for the technology and stupidly didn't buy anything, and then I looked at it again in 2013, but it was actually at the peak of the market, and I actually bought a book on it, I started reading it, and I didn't know if it was a bubble or not, so I totally ignored Bitcoin until 2017 again, when I met, I started working with another guy, and he was a Bitcoiner, and he brought me down the rabbit hole. And the big learning thing for me at that stage was that Bitcoin needs a bit of hand-holding, needs a lot of education, and to be able to get us on board. So it was from 2017 then I started going totally down the rabbit hole, and here I am on a bloody stage talking about it now. And we, well, since then, I started working in Bitcoin industry. So I worked in Real Vision for a while, I work for Bitcoin Magazine now. And so I guess a few of us here banded our thoughts together and thought that a lot of people in similar positions thinks it's too late, thinks it's a scam, and we think we can help.
So, why are we standing up here at 6 o'clock and taking 10 more minutes of your valuable time before we get on with the evening? So an organisation can be more than the sum of its parts. An organisation that's well composed, well directed and coherent can be a very positive force for change. So a few of us have come together who believe that Bitcoin is important not just for us individually but for us collectively as a society, for both Ireland and the wider world. We've come together over the last few months, we've come up with a number of different iterations of a certain idea, and we're delighted to be in a position to doing a soft launch of Bitcoin Network Ireland tonight. And the clicking didn't work. That's fine. So Bitcoin Network Ireland is a non-profit organisation with a couple of different aims.
Yeah, ultimately, we're here. We're trying to, as Bitcoiners, we have this long-term mentality. We see where Bitcoin's going, and we know that we can do a lot to help the world. So we're trying to bring that change and that thinking to the society, basically, so that we can help future generations. We think that, I think it was Simon down there that said earlier on that the most important thing that needs to happen really is education. It's not UI, it's not development, and so forth. It's the education, and we see so much mistruths in the media. We see so much mistruths from economists and so forth, that we think that we can maybe step into that role and start trying to build up the localized education in this country.
So we plan to do this through a number of different methods, but to mark launch, we have released a short open letter, essentially. And what I might just do is I might just very briefly read this letter out. It's not designed to be overly dramatic or to be reminiscent of anything that may have happened in the past. But it's titled Launch of Bitcoin Network Ireland, an open letter about money, and it's dated today's date, and you'll get a copy of this letter. And it says, Akarja, we are Bitcoin Network Ireland, a group of people from different backgrounds with a deeply held conviction that Bitcoin is an essential part of building a better future for Ireland and the wider world. We don't represent any specific political ideology. However, we believe that decentralized money is a positive thing that everyone should support. We hold the view that the money and financial systems we use today can be greatly improved. These matters are complex, and we hope that you'll take the time to read our detailed research and writing to understand some of the ways in which this can be done. Fundamentally, we believe that the money we use has some important flaws. For many decades, the supply of this money has been rapidly increasing. More units of money in an economy leads to the value of each unit being diminished, which results generally in rising prices for essential goods and services, such as food and energy. This makes it difficult for many people to progress in their lives. It is our view that recent trends, such as mounting national debts and widening wealth inequality, deserve far greater attention and scrutiny. It's important for people to realise that the devaluation of money not only affects the purchasing power of their savings, but practically every aspect of their lives. Price inflation for goods and services is just one obvious consequence of this debasement of the money, but there are others. As an example, we contend that it has also contributed to the current housing affordability crisis. Houses are for living in, but in recent years people have increasingly chosen to buy them as investments in order to protect the purchasing power of their savings. This has created price distortions in the market for housing and benefits some people at the expense of many others. Bitcoin, with its fixed supply of units, offers a promising solution to the problem of excessive and inequitable money issuance, and we believe that it has the potential to become the universal currency of the future. We understand that many will dismiss these claims, but we make them with conviction and only after careful study. Governments, central banks and economists don't appear to have convincing answers to address the growing debt problems we face. If left untackled, future generations will undoubtedly inherit the problem and suffer its consequences. It is clear that we need a fairer and more sustainable system to make provision for the longer term. We know that there are many misconceptions about Bitcoin, its volatility and energy usage. Some may accuse us of acting out of self-interest. However, we will address these criticisms and engage in constructive debates based on logical arguments. Despite the challenges faced, we are hopeful for the future and firmly believe that Bitcoin can help us address many problems in the financial system and society generally. It can align incentives for the benefit of everyone. Bitcoin offers a predictable supply of monetary units, is independent of politics, and cannot be censored. These characteristics have profound implications for human freedom and prosperity. We invite you to join us on this journey to educate and inform, which we seek to approach with humility, curiosity, and honesty. Yours sincerely, Bitcoin Network Ireland. So, with that said, we might just very briefly talk through the goals of the group.
Yeah, so basically, we're very young, we're very new to this, and we're going to work on building more of these. But primarily, what we're looking for is advocacy. We want to be there to be able to talk about Bitcoin cleanly and clearly to people and champion its cause, basically. We want to provide that education so that, if anyone's asked, many of the questions we have today about wallets or about payments in companies, how it's done, we want to be able to be there to be able to give that information to people when they need it. And we want to be there for support as well. So basically, we're doing this voluntarily, there's no profit to be made from this, but through our website, through our Twitter addresses and so forth, any questions anyone has, we want to be able to provide them. So what Bitcoin means to Ireland. So when we put this together, so we have a company website that you should all visit after this. But we need to be able to communicate our aims to the Irish people and how it benefits them. It's not really about us, it's really about everybody else. So we look at it from the perspective that we can, amongst many other things, we can definitely talk to people about value preservation or how they can actually fight inflation or save the value of the bank accounts, essentially. But financial sovereignty as well. So from the perspective of Bitcoin, it's a bearer asset. It's not a claim on anything. It's not like you have Bitcoin or you have euros in a bank account and you want to go and take it out and you can't, as the Canadian truckers would have found. We want that to be communicated to people so that they understand. We want to help business and commerce as well. There's a lot we can do there, and we definitely need to promote the circular economy so we Bitcoiners start using it and start promoting the idea that this is good for local businesses. And then for the energy and climate side, there's so many mysteries here, it's ridiculous really. So we need to be able to get that message out, and we have many people on our team which we'll introduce afterwards here who can help us in this space, who can help with the idea of saying that mining is actually good for the environment, it's good for local businesses and energy producing companies. We need to get that message across as well. So yeah, as I say, the people we're going to introduce. There's 3 of us here on stage, another couple of crowds here. But this 6 core group that you can see here are pretty much the main people that put the site together, put the open letter together and are building this project. So in addition to the 3 of us, we have Mark Morton. He's the CEO and MD of Skilling Mining, so Ireland's only mining company, so he's a pretty solid person to have. Fiacre Mullen. Fiacre is an entrepreneur and he lives out in Singapore, but he's a Bitcoiner for a long time now at this stage, and he really knows the stuff. And then you have Niall Burke, who's a PhD in energy, green energy actually it is. So again, definitely when we're talking to these types of agencies, brilliant people have it.
Yeah, so just very briefly on our values and purpose. Our values, we thought long and hard about what sort of values we want to portray. We want to achieve sound consensus, we want to be humble. None of us have the answers, and we recognise that Bitcoin isn't the answer to all the world's problems. We want to be courageous in what we say, we want to have the courage of our convictions based on research and having done the work and fair integrity. We don't endeavour to speak on behalf of all Irish Bitcoiners. That's not what we're trying to do, that's not our job, but we do want to provide a platform that people can get behind and that's unifying. Our purpose, we want to be the standard bearers for Bitcoin adoption in Ireland. We want to provide a counterbalance to the often misguided public information that we all receive about Bitcoin. We want to be the respected body for Bitcoin affairs in Ireland that perhaps the media and policymakers will come to discuss things, and we want to provide trustworthy information through quality research and education. As you'll note from the tone of our letter, we don't aim to dramatise or catastrophise, but we aim to just engage constructively with debate based on evidence and logic. So just in terms of what comes next, and this really wraps us up. As Conor mentioned, we've got a skeleton site up and running, so please check it out, please subscribe to your email. But we want to really develop the education sections for all the topics we covered today and more. We want to do research and policy, so you'll be probably aware that there are similar groups like this in other countries, and we think it's high time that Ireland has its own in a very specific Irish context. And we're going to put out some opinion pieces, and you'll see some of our opinion pieces have been published on the website for the launch. We want to do specific and targeted campaigns to raise awareness, so around things like the way that the money works and doesn't. We want to have engagement, meaningful engagement with policymakers. We want to be in the room, we want to be talking to people. And finally, we want to run some events and networking, whether it's for all Bitcoiners or industry or other interested parties. So that's really what comes next. And finally, we want you to take part, and that's why we're here. That's why we're launching in front of you today, and that's why we're speaking to you. We will be a member-driven organisation, and there's many different ways that you can take part and support us. You can follow us on Twitter and join the conversation, share our content, or contribute thinking of your own. We need people who can contribute meaningful, thoughtful, well-researched content. And if you want to join either as a content creator or a member and be directly involved as we move forward, please just reach out directly and we're more than happy to speak to you. So you have our links there, you'll see them in the letter. Please take a copy, take one for your friends. I'm sure we'll probably have too many printouts given the time of the evening. But thank you very much. We won't take questions now because we know that the event must go on, but please do feel free to come up and chat to any of the 3 of us or to reach out directly on the website. Thanks very, very much for your attention.
Okay, thanks lads. So if anybody knows any policymakers or TDs or anything like that, and you want to try and get them to learn a little bit about Bitcoin and how Bitcoin can help the world, get them in touch with Bitcoin Network Ireland. They can help you there. Yeah. So the next thing we're going to have, we're just going to have a panel. I'm going to invite Jamie up, Chris Gordon as well is coming up, and our main sponsor for the event from Zaprite, John McGill. Okay, come on, there everybody. Okay, so we're running a little bit behind, so we'll get a few questions in here anyway. So the next talk we're going to be talking about is about the digital euro that's going to be coming, CBDCs, privacy, and our data protection. So I'd just like to, first of all, we can get a few words from John. He's the founder of Zaprite, and he mentored the two lads. So John, take it away. Introduce yourself there quickly.
Yeah, my name is John McGill, founder of Zaprite, which is a no KYC, non-custodial Bitcoin payments platform. Thank you. It's something that I'm particularly passionate about. I've been in Bitcoin for quite a while now, over a decade, and I've seen the trends that are happening, particularly with CBDCs, which we'll obviously talk about today. But one of the things that I really wanted to do, I've worked as a designer, UI, UX designer, developer for many years. Started working for some exchanges in Canada where I was living, some Bitcoin exchanges, doing work, and I was getting paid in Bitcoin in 2018 and 2019. And they needed an invoice, proper, professional invoice for their services, so that was kind of the genesis of Zaprite. Is I always wanted to build a platform that, came out of a need that I had myself. And it's obviously evolving now into a full-blown company. We've moved to Austin, Texas, set up there. We got some funding, hiring some staff, and we're going to build out really just the merchant tools that people need to onboard themselves and their business onto a Bitcoin standard, but do it in a KYC-free way and promote self-custody as much as possible. So that's really the core of what I'm about and what Zaprite's about. So yeah, I'll leave it at that, keep it short.
Okay, and you've met Jamie already and Chris, so we won't need an introduction from themselves. So just first of all, with Chris, okay, just a quick question. How did you get into Bitcoin and why?
So I can't remember the exact touch point that I came across Bitcoin, but I suspect it came across my desk as part of my deal flow with business angel investing. So I think that's what happened. It was probably in a stack or a pile of stuff. I went, oh, that's interesting, I'll have a look at that later. So yeah, that was in 2017. And then, yeah, as I said earlier, had that bit of a horseshoe journey through it, and then came back to my senses.
Okay, perfect. And Jamie, yourself?
Probably around 2012, probably hearing a news article about dark web. Something getting out about Bitcoin anyway.
Okay. And yourself?
Pretty much the same. I think it was, I think it was a Wired article or some kind of article about dark web and Silk Road and people buying drugs, and I thought, oh, this is kind of interesting. And like Connor said before, I was one of those guys who was in it for the tech. I thought it was like amazing alternative payment system for the internet, and I kind of went down that rabbit hole initially. Got sucked into the shitcoin phase of 2017 and got absolutely wrecked, and came out the other side as a hardened Bitcoin maxi. So it's been a whirlwind journey, but yeah, obviously it's been a worthwhile.
Okay, so Chris, start with you. Can you explain yourself in your own words what you think the digital sterling, the digital pound is going to be, a digital euro is going to be, and what the benefits and the disadvantage of this digital currency to man and women?
So I have I like to be quite contrary about things, so I probably have a very different stance to what people expect. I'm going to put it out there and say we need to have Fiat. We can't pay our taxes in Bitcoin. We mustn't get to the point where the government say, oh, okay, we roll over, yeah, pay your taxes in Bitcoin. Let's just game theory that out. If we start paying our taxes in Bitcoin, they will start accruing Bitcoin quite rapidly. That's exactly what we don't want to happen. So in that regards, maybe we need Fiat to continue in some form, and that's the government's money. That's what we use to pay them. I'll leave that hanging there.
Okay. Jamie? What's your take as the benefits and disadvantages of it?
Inherently, I wouldn't be the most in favour of it, but I had a big debate with my wife this morning about this. I think there's pros and cons to it. In any sort of commercial arrangements, I think that there's lots of benefits. You know, certainly in terms of, say we have all these big billion-dollar projects that our taxpayer money is being spent on, digital currency, that we've got transparency at kind of that level, so we can see from the top down where our taxes are being spent in a sort of charity, fundraising, any of those sort of situations there where they do. In a private citizen capacity, completely yes. You know, I mean, reality here is you get your dole money on a Thursday, and then, as you can see in China during COVID, they can tag it and restrict what it's being spent on, so you can only use it for certain things. I'm sure they'd be a little bit pissed off if they find out that all that child allowance money is going to the Yachty. So, you know, not being spent on nappies and pennies and all these different things. So I kind of see both sides.
Okay. And John?
I'm 100% opposed to it in any form whatsoever. I think it's horrendous, it's dystopian, and it needs to be stopped. However, I don't think it will. I think it will come out. I think I'd have a slightly different take on the commercial side of it, because I think anything that can be done on any other crypto or blockchain, even if it's a CBDC, can be done on Bitcoin. We have the transparency if we need it. It's all about choosing what you want to reveal, and that's really the genesis of privacy in general. It's the right to choose what you reveal and when. Bitcoin allows you to do that. It's not completely anonymous. So the whole idea of CBDCs is just, it's horrific from top down. But having said that, I think it's probably inevitable, unless we can, as Hayek says, in some sly roundabout way, bring in something else that they can't stop.
Certainly, I'm going to pick that up. Certainly in the UK, having worked in the civil service, when I read between the lines, it's going ahead in the UK. So they put an advert out, but the advert essentially was for a yes, sir, minister.
Oh, I saw the job advert for the developer.
Yeah, for head of CBDCs, essentially. I think that was the actual title, head of CBDCs in the UK. So, but the marketing was, oh, we're just going to scope it out. We're going to see if this is a viable thing for the UK. But if you read the job description essentially said, you're going to be answering to the Bank of England and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and we're going to be rolling this out, or essentially you do what you're told. So for me, that's not a scoping out exercise. This is, we want a yes man in this role to roll this out.
For the whopping salary of 60,000.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine the shit that's going to come out? I mean, having worked in the NHS and the IT systems that they were working on was just a joke. I mean, and it was talked about earlier up on stage by someone. We have some hope in the UK that maybe what they roll out is just going to be so bad that it's just not going to work, it's just going to fall over instantly.
We'll follow on with privacy levels on that. Yeah, regarding the privacy levels of CBDC, we heard recently on an interview with the head of the ECB, she was saying that it's not going to be like really a programmable currency, but we all know it's going to be different. It is more or less going to be that. So, Jamie, what's your take on it, on the programmability of the CBDC? At the moment, we're using a currency that it's like paper. It's fiat. So explain, let's talk to the audience about the programmability of what they're bringing out.
depends if they built it on a database or a blockchain. Not all of them are. If it's on a blockchain, it's going to be a private blockchain. It's going to be still ring fenced away, so the public's going to have limited access to it. It opens up a lot of GDPR requirements. I mean, obviously in Ireland here, there was a big, probably you're not aware of this, but the Social Welfare Service and the Health Service started collecting data, and the Irish Data Protection Commissioner had to get the departments to delete all the information there because they illegally linked up the data sets. So I'm not entirely sure how well the CBDC would pair up with GDPR. So again, that feeds into my, GDPR doesn't apply to businesses, it applies to individuals. It doesn't apply to robots, it doesn't apply to, so the programmable stuff, CBDC could be useful for, say, autonomous electric cars. That they're literally pulling into a thing, paying for, not petrol, but electricity to charge up and do all these different things. Any of the Internet of Things it could be used for. But I would be very wary of using it myself, because, again, do you want to have the government knowing every single thing that you're spending that money on, and back and forth and back and forth? And if you're getting paid any sort of money, tax rebates or anything like that, they're going to know who you are, because it's probably going to be linked into a PPS number, and then they can track that whole history over time. So for me, age 40 is one thing, but like I would not want to have my 2, 4, and 5-year-olds having their entire payment history on the internet for the same reason that I won't let them go online. I don't want to have their photos online on Facebook. I don't mind. It's one thing if their photo is shown in like a baby group or something like that as part of a crowd, but never tagged. So again, just thinking forward like that, it's one thing. I'm kind of a child of the 80s, kind of half analog, half digital. But for kids growing up now in the future, where literally every single component of their spending life is traceable, I don't like that.
Chris, your take on the privacy levels of it, and about the programmability of it?
Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how much more I can say on that. I mean, it sort of goes against everything that I stand for. We're all supposedly free men, free women, free to do what we want, how we want, as long as we're not hurting anyone or breaking any rules. But I don't want someone watching over that or having the ability to watch over that. Yeah, it's a potential dystopian nightmare. Yeah, I don't like to think about it too much, so I revert to the fact that hopefully I'll make a pig's ear of anything that you try and roll out. Yeah.
John?
Yeah, I think like programmability, and particularly the surveillance side of that is pretty huge, because even just from the surveillance side of it, it affects human behavior. When you know you're being surveilled, it affects your behavior, and that's just so bad on so many levels. And from the programmability side of it, I mean, we've all heard, people when they talk about CBDCs, it's like, oh well, it's going to be tied to a carbon credit score, and if you buy too much meat that month, you're going to be like, the card's not going to work, or if you drive too much, they're going to shut down your autonomous car, and you won't be able to go anywhere. And people kind of laugh at you and think like, oh yeah, you're crazy, but just look what they did over the last 3 years, particularly in places like China, and that's where these CBDCs are being heavily tested. And you've got people I'm Irish Canadian, I lived in Canada for 12 years. I've seen Justin Trudeau come out in press conferences and say how much he admires the Chinese system, where they can just get things done without having to answer to the people. So when you've got your kind of leaders saying that, you kind of just know what's next. So even if you don't think that they're going to have the ability to do this programmability, which in a sense, I know it's been said before, in a sense, you kind of don't think they will. Andreas Antonopoulos gave a great speech, a decade or more ago, where he kind of just laughed at the fact that the government will be capable of doing anything that sophisticated. But you've got to just assume that they will, and it's just a really, really bad path. And so, we just have to do everything that we possibly can to build and nurture a Bitcoin circular economy, so that when the time comes, people have that lifeboat. We can't just hodl forever in the hope that we all get rich. you know, what good is that if you can't use it?
Sorry. And then regarding about the timeline, I mean, do you know anything about the timelines or anything like that? We know in July they're talking about launching the Fed now. In July, that's what they're saying. And then what about in Europe? Have you heard anything about Europe? They're talking about October.
I just saw one of the friends down there just noted out that RTE News put out a tweet a couple of hours ago saying that the EU is now actively planning a digital currency. And that just came out. I mean, it's probably been announced before, but like, you know, they're starting to talk about it now in the mainstream. In terms of how long it will take, I don't know. I think it'll be a very, very slow process. But we do know that during that time, the boot is going to come down more and more on the necks of Bitcoiners and you know, crypto in general, because that stuff is easier to go after. But Bitcoin will hold out as long as it can, and we just have to keep making sure that it's there for people when they need it.
Maybe yourself, regarding the timeline, do you know what about the timeline yourself?
Well, the good thing about being in Europe is we have European values, which means that we're heavily critical of everything that everyone does and tries to impose on us. I think there will be an inevitability, whether it's 2030, 2040, 2050, when this is in place. However, it's pretty much up to everybody to really challenge it at every single step of the way. You know, they're going to be rolling out a digital euro, that obviously then has to take on board, what, 26 EU, well, sorry, Euro countries. Everyone with a different culture, different background, all the different pros and cons. You know, 27, 26, 35, however many different data protection offices, and all this. It's going to be a big hot mess, but I'd say they're looking at this as like a 15, 20, 30-year project. So hopefully not in place while I'm still alive, but certainly for the next generation coming through, it's probably going to be inevitable by the time that they're in college.
Chris, how's it going in the UK with all this?
So I think it's going to happen much quicker in the UK. So as I said, we've got a head of CBDC, so that vacancy went out a few months ago. Having worked in the civil service and for the NHS and seen national programs being rolled out, well, let's put it this way, attempted to be rolled out. They gave me what should have been, they gave me 9 months for a program that I said needed a 5-year runway. So, yeah, if they're running out CBDC properly, they should probably take their time over it, put it through some rigorous testing. I think that they actually are going to work in some tighter timelines. Earlier on we heard up on stage here about, it's a 4-year cycle, election cycle, so on average they're actually 2-year projects. So we're probably looking at something similar in the UK. I'll probably want something rolled out relatively quickly. And I think it'll be piss poor, hopefully. It will fall over, it'll be a mess. Yeah, I think it will come quite soon for the UK.
Yeah, and just putting a point on that, as you said, I mentioned there earlier on, the head of the ECB was mentioned that they're looking at possibly starting to roll something out maybe in October, this October, in Europe. And the Bank of International Settlements, for people that don't know who they are. So we have our local banks, then we have our central banks, and then on top of that is like the IMF, and then on top of that is the Bank of International Settlements. Yeah, so they control basically all the money out there. They wrote a white paper recently, and they want every single central bank that works for them and works with them to have a fully implemented CBDC by the 1st of January 2025. So they're moving fast on this.
Yeah,
I think
it's going to happen in reality though. But
well, I think they are.
I think the UK will try and do that. I think they'll try and do that earlier. And I think unfortunately, the public in the UK will lap it up, because I think it'll be marketed well. It'll be marketed with shininess, with bells, with freebies, and as a good thing. So I think the UK population will go, yeah, this is good. Look how, this is better money. So earlier we heard from Foss saying that CBDCs are essentially just fiat reincarnated, they're just the same as fiat. but I think the way they're going to market it will make it sound like it's a new money that resets everything. We know it doesn't, it's just the same bullshit that's carrying on. But the marketing, I think, will be good. They'll get a good marketing team. The IT will be shit, but the marketing will be good.
We will be one of them.
Okay. So as we know, right, all our data is now being probably tracked and monitored through our smartphones. All the apps that we have on them. Yeah. So
that's why you need to be careful about what smartphone you use, what operating system you use. Don't just accept it and acquiesce. There's ways around all this stuff.
Yeah.
And that's what we should be talking about. So don't accept that, oh, they're monitoring us, so we just have to deal with it. They don't have me. They're not monitoring me. So put the work in now while it's a bear market and figure out how they can't monitor the shit that you're doing. Because it's actually pretty straightforward. You just have to work on it.
Yeah. Great point from down there. Yeah. So going back to a little bit about Bitcoin. So can we see how Bitcoin, can you explain how Bitcoin can be a bit of insurance and a bit of hope from these CBDCs? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the obvious answer there is we're all Bitcoiners in this room, or at least, partly there, but the obvious answer is, unconfiscatability and the freedom to spend the money when you need it. That's going to be the biggest thing that people will use Bitcoin for. And we see it's being used in that way, like right now, even in places like, Afghanistan, where, women are trying to get educated and, set up like developer schools and stuff like that. And they can't get the money in the country to do that. So Bitcoin allows them to take donations and get the money to set up these schools, to get these women educated so they can get like careers and jobs and maybe like either leave the country or just be self-sufficient within a country that historically hasn't allowed them to do that. So we're seeing the benefits of it, right now play out in the real world as we speak. And those benefits will only become much clearer over time as the noose just gets like tighter and tighter. People will start to see, the benefits of it appear in their kind of like, real world very quickly. So I think it'll be a gradually then suddenly thing the closer we get to this rollout. All the Bitcoin benefits of, just unconfiscatable like hard money is just gonna become obvious to people.
I agree on the unconfiscatable. I mean, unless they kick your door down and find where your private keys are. So this is where you need to split it around a few different places and make sure that you have a battle plan for if your house burns down. So you kind of steal keys and things like that there. When I'm working with projects, a lot of people are building something for a market that they think is now that's actually 10 years away or 15 years away. Mainstream consumer adoption is going to be like, Revolut has done more for Bitcoin in Ireland than anything else has. Now, they have added the ability to take things off, and I wouldn't be mentioning it, but it's things like that that give people access to the Bitcoin. I mean, like my neighbor said, I bought Bitcoin, so like, how you could lost it. These are the things there as well. And the fact that people are now they're dabbling in crypto in Ireland, Bitcoin, and all the other ones that they support, because of platforms like Revolut. It's a good thing now. Obviously, that's fintech. They've destroyed half the banks. We've lost Ulster Bank and KBC and a few other things that are left the market. There's a few pillar banks. And these fintech solutions are coming through. I have to use a certain bank, which is one of the legacy banks in here, and I hate it. Because the app is terrible. It's got a terrible UI. You've got to do 15 different things over and over and over again to do it. Storing crypto is a great thing because you can put things away. It can be lost, and having that kind of battle plan for what happens if the worst comes to that. I get knocked down by a bus and then other people know a matter to me how to get that. That is important. It's a very useful tool for, I've paid, I don't know how much in terms of PRSI, USC, and all of that because of Bitcoin to the Irish government, which has then paid people's dole and all the other things that go with there as well. So having that ability to be able to capture money that is elsewhere in the world and bring it into the country is really key. So there's a lot of pros and cons. Like, I love the fact that you can literally do a deal with somebody, so you have to do your due diligence, not necessarily KYC, but do your due diligence with any counterparty that you're working with in this industry, because there's a lot of dodgy, shady people going on. And being able to say, like, instantly, like, send that TX confirmed grant, I can see it there, I can start working something, make that, finish the job super quick, and then be able to feed that money back into the economy is an important thing.
And Chris, how do you see Bitcoin as an insurance and a bit of hope for what's coming?
Well, I'm a bit biased because I'm going to say that I think the insurance is making sure we have a Bitcoin circular economy, which is what I'm working on together with my co-founders. If we have a separate economy that they can't touch, we can continue to use CBDCs to pay the taxes, give them their CBD straight back. Just go, oh yeah, thanks for that. You can have that straight back at you. But I'm going to live my life on a Bitcoin standard. That's how I see our insurance, so that's what we're working on at Bridge to Bitcoin and with Laser Voice Card to make it a bit of fun. Because it can be quite dark when we think about it too hard. So we try and lighten the mood a bit. Life will go on regardless of what happens with money. We still need to eat, we still need to transact value with each other, we still need to teach our kids things. We need to do all those things, but let's try and do it on a Bitcoin standard. The government can do what they feel they need to do, but hopefully we'll set up a fantastic global community.
Okay, yeah. Have you got any questions from the audience there? Anybody, Dinny, do you want to? Yeah. There might be a few questions about this.
Yeah, very interesting conversation. Thanks for this. I guess I'm trying to play it out because it's a very unknown thing to try and understand. Like, if this awful thing was to come in, but how does Bitcoin survive if the CBDC is in place and programmable money doesn't allow us to purchase any more Bitcoin through a digital euro?
So for me, most of the Bitcoin's been issued, so it's out there. So start stacking if you haven't got any. Start stacking, get your Bitcoin in place. In theory, that Bitcoin's going to get more valuable. If you've got enough, you'll be able to live on it, and your family will be able to live on it if you stack wisely over the next couple of years. So yeah, in 5 years, less, you'll probably have enough. You might even have enough now, really. You won't need to buy any more. Most of the supply is already out there.
It's easy enough to get your hands on. I think there's always going to be somebody who is willing to give you Bitcoin in exchange for something. For me, it's been services and knowledge and work and hours and manpower, and they are willing to exchange it. So there's plenty of people out there who have it, so getting it in there as well. I mean, for anyone with kids or grandkids or anything like that, set up a Bitcoin wallet for them. All my family just sends like 50 quid every single birthday. So when they're 18, 19, 20, 21, who knows how much that will be worth? It could be enough to pay a deposit for a house, a coffee, anything in between. So it's really just kind of getting that groundwork there. Like, even with the CBDCs in place, you're going to have a parallel economy. I mean, it's there. People will be able to barter that share for a camera. Terrible example, but you're always going to be able to trade goods for goods. Skills for knowledge, skills for crypto, money for crypto. So it'll still be there alongside.
Yeah, I think one of the really important things, I know we said it so many times, is the circular economy. We just have to promote that, and we have to promote people spending Bitcoin and getting sats out there, and paying and earning is a huge part of it, and it's obviously what Zapride is all about. It's how it started, was the ability for people to earn Bitcoin independently. Because when you're earning it, you have a different mindset. You're not afraid to spend it then because you know you've got more coming in. So it's all about the circular economy. And even if there's a CBDC and a government comes in and tries to ban it. Let's say it happened in Ireland. They stopped, like, killed all the on and off ramps for Bitcoin. You know, game theory suggests that another nation is not going to do that. They're going to do the opposite. We're seeing that in El Salvador, right? They're promoting businesses to come and start up in El Salvador. They give you citizenship, residency, everything else. No taxes on software development if you're a Bitcoin developer. So jurisdictional arbitrage is going to be huge. And you know, again, we're going to see countermeasures to that, where they start closing down borders, and it's going to be more difficult to travel. But again, if you've got a ton of Bitcoin, you just fly off in your private jet and you tell them to go screw themselves. So there's a lot of things that you can do, and I don't want to make it sound like this is investment advice or anything, but obviously just the more Bitcoin you have, the more options you have in the future. You can't just sit around and wait and say, oh, like, it's fine, I'll just, like, whenever they convert my, like, euros over to Bitcoin, I'll start using it then. Like, just get it now when it's cheap, right?
Can I just add one thing to that as well? There's nothing saying that you can't go to your HR manager and say, can I please get my expenses in Bitcoin? There's platforms there. Can I get 10% of my salary in Bitcoin? You know, and the more people actually go out and push that, you know, the HR solutions are there. You know, all of, like, if they're using Sage, again, it's Zero or any of these things, like, these all integrate already with crypto at this point, especially the more advanced ones that are there. You know, so it's just really kind of getting into that convention of, you know, you get something like, if I sell something on adverts, you know, I'll keep that cash and I'll turn it into Bitcoin. You know, because I've already paid for it, whatever, and I've got whatever back. So just kind of getting into that thing, you just build up and build up and build up and build up. You know, there's also the flip side of, do I really need that chipper? You know, that's going to be like 18 quid. You know, make it yourself. It's not 4 quid a little, put 14 quid into it.
Any more questions, guys?
Some of the conversations that I've had, there seems to be a real, there seems to be a bit of a culture of fear about them and they and what can be done to us. And I kind of think we underestimate the power that Bitcoin gives you. And you need to lean into that a little bit more, because fear and acquiescence are two of the biggest enemies that we've got. And I think the laser eyes thing is actually brilliant, because the focus that gives you, the focus to be healthy, so that you don't have to lean on any government-provided healthcare system. Just the ability to get your life together and not live in fear, and to have the mentality that actually, you know what, I'm going to learn how to put a new operating system on my phone so that I can't be tracked. I'm just, you know, you can surround me and put a noose around my neck, but you'll never get me in the end, because I'm smarter and I'm quicker and I'm faster. And Bitcoin gives the ability for you to live like that. So don't be fearful of governments. You know that you can do the jurisdictional arbitrage. There are trade-offs. You might want to stay here because there are certain things that you benefit from, or family, or your kids are in good education, and therefore you don't want to leave that. But that's fine. You put up with that trade-off, and then you have the more control the government might have over you. But ultimately, we are sovereign individuals, and we should be able to make those decisions as free people. So as it turns dystopian, there's always ways out, but you need to be smart and not be distracted a lot of the time, is what I would say. So don't be fearful.
I love that, yeah, 100%. One of the things you touched on it there in your comment as well, Simon, was that, you know, as Bitcoiners, we have this, we might talk doom and gloom all the time, but we have this, like, beautiful hope for this bright future. And when you've got that and you realize that there is, like, a lifeboat, there is a way out, there is this insurance policy, it turns around your whole mindset. You start to think, like, okay, I gotta be a better person. I gotta start looking after my health, looking after my family, like, friend relationships, like, everything. And it starts to, like, just weave out in so many different ways. It's like, okay, what other area am I vulnerable in? Okay, my phone, they're tracking me my phone. All right, I'm gonna get, like, a de-Googled Android and put Calyx on it. All right, job done. Takes like an hour, you're done. But once you have that mindset, you start to remove all these other touch points where they can actually interfere with your life. And it just makes it harder. You know, not saying they can't come and knock on your door and put a gun to your head, but, you know, at the end of the day, you know, are they really going to do that if they know that there's nothing at the end of it for them? If you're just not going to give up your Bitcoin, you're not going to give up your sovereignty, then, you know, they're not going to expend the energy to do that. They're going to go to, you know, the easier, the low-hanging fruit. So you just got to make sure you're not the low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, for me personally, what I'm doing, I'm just stacking as much sats as I can. I'm trying to get as much out of the fiat system as possible, because I can see what's coming, and I'm just getting ready for it. You know, so I see Bitcoin as a bit of insurance for myself. I'm not afraid what's going to happen, because the way I see it, knowledge is power. I put a plan in place, and I'm going to protect myself and my family. And even Theo was here. What we're doing for Theo, all the money that he gets now is just going, we're buying sats for him. Yeah. So we're stacking. So imagine in 20 years' time, how much the value of that would be from all the bits of birthday money, confirmation money, all that type of stuff in the future. So, yeah, that's for me anyway. Any more questions out there?
Where's the bar?
Okay, so that's a wrap.
Yeah, you're done.
Okay, Dinny, do you want to come up there and wrap it up then?
Yeah, we give the lads a clap there, lads. Thanks, lads. Fair play to everyone. That was a long day. We got through a lot. A lot to process, a lot of information. All the talks are fantastic. I got a lot out of them all. I'm sure you all did as well. And we appreciate everyone who, you know, gave their time to put their talks together and come down here, and, you know, just for the benefit of Bitcoin. And I've sort of selfishly incentivized myself to go push Bitcoin out there by monetizing that. But you know, either way, I think it's on us all, like, to try and push Bitcoin in Ireland in whatever way we can. Like, something as silly as any time I watch any sort of Bitcoin video, I just always like it, because I know that helps the algorithm, and I know it's going to push it out there. And I know most of us have tried to orange pill our friends and families and have orange pill as much of them as we can in our own little bubble. And you know, what I find is in the bear market, they don't know, but in the bull market, your phone starts to get hopped out and they need to see it now. And, you know, there's no guarantee it's coming next year or a little bit later, but it's highly likely that a bull market isn't too far away. Bitcoin's only getting scarcer. There's use cases only growing, and I expect my phone to be hopping again in the not too distant future with everyone who's, you know, not bought it when it's cheap and will buy it when it's expensive. But, you know, I've done that myself. We all sort of go through that. We're going to meet in the bar at around 7. It's probably going to be that. So if anyone can hang around, we'll be in there. Extra networking, have a bit of crack. Anyone who can't hang around, we appreciate, you know, people came from all corners of the country to be here. Thanks again to the world, sorry. I say, you know, we've got people from beyond the island. Shout out to John again from Zachary for coming on board, and all the speakers, and you guys for making the journey to come down here, and for Lawrence for all the help and putting the event together, for the guys that helped us with the sign on, and anyone who's done anything to help us. It's been a fantastic event. I'm happy with it, Lawrence, for you.
Yeah, it was great, yeah. Thanks very much for coming anyway, and just shows, you know what I mean? It's growing. We're still very, very early, you know. It's 14 years old. It's here to stay. So keep stacking your stats and let's keep going. Yeah.
Guys, and just before Lawrence drops the mic, if you have any pictures around, tag them on social media, tag me, tag whatever, I'll share them, you know, push it out there so that when we put on an event next year, more people, because I'm pretty sure most Bitcoiners in Ireland didn't know this happened. Because some of you guys are just like, heard about it this week. You know, and although we have our own networks, but we can expand them. So yeah, push any stuff out or tag me in any pictures you have, and we'll share them. So I'll just say, Dinny out. Thanks, guys.
No,
Still up there in the ground.
What's that?
that happens, they'll start happening. Even if they only put a small percentage,
No, I think
Let me have a pint in the bar first.